Welcome aboard the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. Captain is loaded for bear today. I've got lots to discuss. I was out for a holiday last week. I'm bitter. I'm deeply sorry. My dear Skunk's Workshop et al. And Skunks was upset. Skunks was very unhappy with me. My dear sailors and Stardust, are you ready to talk about... You may think there's not much to talk about, but you haven't heard what the captain thinks about Silo, Landman, Skeleton Crew, the Snow White situation, which it is the gift that keeps on giving. Can you believe I have not seen the Snow White trailer? I have assiduously avoided all attempts to show me this Snow White trailer because I want my reaction to be 100% clean and downy soft fresh for you, my dear sailors and starnauts. And folks, I don't know why I have a masochistic streak. I just do. But I watched Wicked. I sat in a theater alone. And I ordered lots of food, too. I made a whole day of it. Got my nails done, a spa date. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't do that extra stuff. I probably should have, though. I should have done, cucumbers on the eyes. And I watched Wicked. I'm not a giant fan of musicals. There are exceptions. There are some that I enjoy. But usually, these types of things are the seventh circle of hell. As you know, Joker Folie à Deux was a fail, both as a film and as a musical, and certainly as a musical film, which it was not. Now, there are a litany of opinions about Wicked. On the one hand, you have your Garrett Nerdrotic, who says it's a well-made film, the songs are good. For me, it was the seventh circle of hell. Then you have Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, who says, I have no interest. It's not made for me. I'm never going to watch it. You have Chris Gore, who says he liked it. You have, this is the shocker here, Jeremy D. Day Cobra said he liked it. And he did. And it was and the way he put it was, yep, I saw Wicked. I liked it. It was a good movie. And then he just moved on. Which is... Well, what is a captain to think? I have to know what I think about Wicked. If everyone's going to have all these different opinions, you need the one that matters. So I have seen Wicked, and we're going to talk about it. Was it the wokest, most giant cringe trash fire I've ever seen? Or was it well made, but oh my God, I can't sit through 2 hours of this? Ah! Or was it brilliant? We'll see. We'll see what the captain thinks. That is coming up. But first, chat. First, you must have your say. My chat is working today. It's working. I have succeeded. I'm thinking we should just do an earlier Captain's Cast from now on. What's this? Thanks, Mom. My mother is not... Well, now I've screwed it up because I said it with a weird... There's an odd pause there. My mother is not the producer. Mr. Producer is a man. It's not that he has to be. He just happens to be. Was his sex assigned at birth? I didn't control that. However, my dear mother did suggest to me that I looked a little paler than usual on my last live stream, so... I'm looking a little pale. And so you might want to just, chill on the lighting. And so she said, you look like shit. You look like trash. That's how she said it. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't say it that way. That's how I receive all criticism in the worst case scenario. And then I receive all praise in the most lukewarm capacity. Or I used to. I'm much better than I used to. All right, what do we got in the chat? Skunk's Workshop is aboard and says, permission to come aboard, Captain. Welcome aboard. Skunk's Workshop granted. Assume your post. You are watching the Swords of Starships channel, where permission to come aboard is never required, but always granted. Fu Man Blue says, hail. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Assume your post. Skunk's Workshop said, give the producer props for that one. I will. Mr. Producer, the chat loves you today. Just take care that they don't love you more than the star of the show. Now, Wrangler says, a whole lot of Ola. Well, a whole lot of Ola to you, Wrangler. I'm trying to remember the name of the Haley's World series. Wrangler, the Bard, author of the Haley's World series. Check it out. Skunk's Workshop, who is developing a video game too. I also forgot about that. Drop it in the chat, Skunks. Yes, Skeleton Crew. That's out, right? Yeah. So Skeleton Crew is a fascinating case. Is it the next Acolyte or the next Andor? I tend to think it's neither. However, there's a strange. Let me make sure I'm using this word correctly before I use it, because I feel like this is the word for it, but I don't know, because I just don't use this word. Okay, it's not the correct use. Canard. A canard is an unfounded rumor or story. Okay, so that's not the correct use. It's a good thing I checked. But there is a strange narrative going around that Skeleton Crew is fine. It's fine. It's not a bad story. It's actually better than Disney's usual slop, and it's a kid's story. It's a kid's story, so it is not bad. It is not bad because it is for kids, and because it is for kids, all of the bland, cliche, excruciatingly boring dialogue and plot details and cringe child acting is not a problem. That's not a problem at all. In fact, it's kind of charming. That's the narrative going around. And the captain rejects that narrative, and I will explain to you why very soon. Skeleton Crew is... It has landed in that zone where people are oddly defending it because of its mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? Like I really do feel this is a case where Skeleton Crew is getting more forgiveness than it would otherwise get for two reasons. Everything else Disney Lucasfilm has released besides Andor and Rogue One has been so disastrous, so terrible. What do I always say? So bad that I can only conclude that these things are written by, and I don't mean this hyperbolically, stupid people. Dumb. Like, dumb people. That's how bad everything has been in Disney Star Wars. So when something comes along that is sort of assembled from anodyne, acceptable cliches, well, then it looks great. It's like, wow, this seems like it's trying to be fun. This seems like it's trying to just have a good time and not really destroy the lore or any of that. And suddenly it looks brilliant. Well, but yes, because we're comparing it to the literally Osha's gonna join the dark side. She's a practitioner of the thread. This is the way. Like such drooling, awful drivel, right? When you compare it to that, it's like, oh wow, this is like Shakespeare. I grew up in the late 80s, early 90s. I remember kids' stories, okay? I remember The Goonies. I remember those types of films, right? I remember E.T. I remember films about Hook. Hook is a great example. I remember these types of films, okay, that were original and clever and a lot of fun. Skeleton Crew is attempting to mimic those things, but it is not those things, and we're going to get into it. I will excoriate it. Now, listen, I'm not going to attack the child actors. You know, it's not their fault. They're just kids doing what they're supposed to be doing in this show. So I don't really have an issue with any of the child actors. Yes, their performances are cringe, but I don't actually think that's their fault. I think that's because it's very hard to get great performances out of kids to begin with at that age. But secondly, I just think that the whole setup of the story and the writing is just not where it needs to be. Thank you, Skunk. Skunk says, I have to know too. Won't watch it, but I'd like to know. About Skeleton Crew? You will know, Skunks. And you will know about Wicked as well. Makeup? What? Fu Man Blue says I'm wearing makeup? It's not a bad idea. Mr. Producer, what would I look like with, just cake it on? Would that bring some color? I'm not saying pull the trigger, just research. For research. Probably not. It's probably not necessary. But thank you for the suggestion, Fu Man Blue. Wicked. I watched it. Okay, so here's what happened. so I went to all right, a couple of things I got to get out of the way. I'm not a giant fan of musicals to begin with, but I can be won over. The classic Disney animated films, I think, are great. I like, some of the musical numbers in those will stand the test of time. Aladdin, for example, the animated Aladdin was like one of the best musicals ever. There's an old film, Singing in the Rain. I saw it in film school, which is the only. Yes, I went to film school, but that's neither here nor there. And it's the only situation in which I would have watched it. But I did watch it in a theater as it was meant to be experienced, and I loved it. I didn't totally hate the film Chicago. I saw that years ago. That wasn't too bad. Mr. Producer, are there any other musicals that I'm famous for loving? I hate Grease. I hate Grease. Oh, I hate that movie. I hate it with a freaking passion. Oh, Grease is the worst travesty. Grease is a worse crime against humanity than some of the World War II atrocities. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. That's too far. I'm kidding. It's a joke. But I will say that there are exceptions. Now, I have to admit that the trailer to Wicked wasn't terrible. It was. I do think that kind of the the oddball, bizarre interviews with what's her name, something Arrivo, Shelley Arrivo or Christina. What is the name of the actress? I'm probably going to get all the play actresses now. I feel like it was Cynthia. Cynthia Arrivo and Ariana Grande are going on this weird press tour where they're holding hands and she's got like these literally 9-inch nails and they're strange people. There's no doubt about it. They are odd, weird, weird. I'm not even going to say woke, just weird, like something going on there. And that's all fine. And of course, all the narratives around Wicked are what they are. But if you actually look at the trailer seemed pretty exciting. Now, I had no confidence that this film would actually be good because I'm just so used to everything being trash. I'm just so used to just really untalented people and very derivative creatives working on all these films that I didn't really believe that it would be good. By the way, I've seen The Wizard of Oz many, many times. It was basically one of the staple kids movies that was always put on for me when I was a kid. So I've seen The Wizard of Oz many, many times. Not recently. And I'm actually surprised by how many plot details I sort of forgot about the original Wizard of Oz because I've seen it about 100 times as a kid. And as a fable goes, I mean, what's to hate? What's to dislike about The Wizard of Oz? It's a great little fairy tale. And it's a classic. It's a classic. Now, is it the kind of movie that I'm going to like go out of my way to watch? Not really. Not really, which is why I haven't seen it in so long. However, the basic constituent elements of the story are pretty entertaining and pretty interesting. And the idea of a prequel to it is actually kind of interesting. And the thing is, I just wish I could do without the music. You know, it's like I kind of like the idea. I've never read the novel Wicked, and I sort of felt like I should probably just read the novel. I should probably just read the novel because it's the singing. I don't like the singing. You know what I'm saying? I don't like seeing people break into song. It's weird to me. It's odd. And when I see it happen at Starbucks, I freak out. Have you ever seen a flash mob appear before you? It's terrifying. It's a horrifying experience. It's worse than a Terry attack. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. That being said, maybe the story is good enough to overwhelm the drawbacks aforementioned. Now, let's take a look at this trailer, because there are elements of this trailer that are really brilliant in terms of storytelling. And there's potential here. I just didn't believe it would actually be good. And I'm not saying that the film is good yet. You must be patient. Would this be the one I want? As well, my God, this is just too long of a trailer. Yeah, here we go. I'm just going to play this little clip because I feel that this is illustrative of what I liked in the trailer. Okay, here we go. This is what I would call illustrative of my point. Am I in the right view? Okay, good. Roll tape.
The great and terrible.
Something bad is happening in Oz.
The best way to bring folks together is to give them real good enemy.
You have no real power.
That's why I need.
Now, what I like about this is the concept of now there's I have to, the captain's mind is just exploding in 1,000 directions. There's so much to cover with this. Because Wicked is the origin of the deconstruction of the villain and the hero. That this is really the novel that, and by extension the play, that started that trend of like, now every villain is now a hero and every hero is now a villain. They did this with Maleficent. They did this with Captain Hook in the recent Hook film. They've been kind of doing it on the fly with things like Rings of Power, right? Suddenly Sauron is like a misunderstood villain who was sort of pushed into it, right? So this is what started that trend. Now, Wicked is notable because it was excellent in terms of storytelling based on my understanding of the story. I think it was the prime example of this where it worked really well. And I think that in the same way that everybody trying to imitate Game of Thrones sort of fails to understand George R. R. Martin's philosophical approach, I feel that it's just become a derivative trope now, that now the villain is recast as the hero. Anyway, but with that being set aside, okay, I like the idea that we have a very strong arc established for the character, which is she is about to be falsely accused of being the threat to this world. And, you know, I'm a fan of soundtracks. I'm not like wild about it, but, you know, I'd be lying if I said that this is a pretty good trailer. It's pretty engaging.
You.
Don't let her get away! This wicked witch.
Don't be afraid.
I didn't actually, this wasn't the trailer that was in the theaters. It's a little more extended, but yeah, it's not bad, right? Okay, here we go. No intention of ever watching it. But just like Barbie, you know, if everyone has been seeing this and everyone's got an opinion, I've got to know what I think about it. So I decided to go see it. And elements of it look pretty good. Elements of it. That concept of like the Wizard of Oz as an antagonist to Elphaba, and it looked intriguing, right? So hopefully I get some enjoyment out of it. So I watched this film. Couple of things right off the bat. The production quality of this film is off the charts excellent. Like and I complain a lot about the overuse and abuse of CGI. CGI is way overused. It should be used in service of the story. It should be used in service of the world. What do I complain about with Disney, Lucasfilm, Star Wars? Everything looks the same. Every planet is Tatooine, or it's Green Planet, or it's Desert Planet. But by the way, we have a new entry into the list of possible settings in Star Wars now, thanks to Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew has introduced a new planet. Are you ready for this, chat? We have Desert Planet, we have Green Planet, we have Coruscant, and we have Concrete Planet. We have Concrete Planet. I'm so excited. We got a new planet. That's one point in Skeleton Crew's column. Now, aside from that. But that's my complaint, right? It's like every setting feels recycled and overused. Now, in Wicked, what's fascinating is this entire world feels handcrafted to me. The world of Oz, just think of it as just a fantasy world. It's actually pretty elegantly created. The costumes, they are outlandish, they are elaborate, they're definitely over the top. You definitely get the sense it's based on a musical. However, they're not. I've complained about this with. It's not like ABC made for TV movie, right? You know what I mean? Like there's a level of plausibility of the costumes and the sets and the way the world looks within this world, in the same way that Hogwarts fits the world of Harry Potter, and there is a certain logic to Hogwarts and how it looks and feels. The same is true of Oz, especially the Emerald City, which was absolutely gorgeous. There's a lot in terms of the set design that feels originality. There's a lot that feels authentic and lived in. Strangely enough, as outlandish as this world seems, I did not ever feel... I felt very immersed in the world of Oz because I felt like I can see how people live in this world. Like when you see Bo-Katan in The Mandalorian sitting in that hall, you know the one I always complain about? She's sitting on that throne in the empty Mandalorian hall. There's nobody there. There's no guards. There's no flags. There's no tapestries. There's no sign of life whatsoever. It's just pillars. Just pillars as far as the eye can see, and she's just sitting there. What does she do all day? Does she watch TV? Does she listen to music? No, she just sits there, waiting for the Mandalorian to show up. It's weird. It feels fake to me. But the interesting thing is, when I'm watching Glinda and Elphaba sort of rooming together in the College of Shiz University, I feel as if people really live and study there. It feels like it's real to within this world, right? So that is all very much to the film's credit. In terms of a story, it's fairly well written. And I was actually I will say that one of the things that was bothering the hell out of me in this film was I was getting really pulled into the story of like Elphaba going to this school. She's kind of this outsider, this outcast. She's having trouble fitting in, and I'm curious about what's going to happen when she finally meets the Wizard of Oz, and I'm kind of interested in all of those things. By the way, Jeff Goldblum as the Wizard of Oz is phenomenal. It's really good. He is great because he's a shyster. He's a fast-talking grifter, which is perfect for Jeff Goldblum. He's kind of born to do this. And the problem with my investment and immersion in the story is that then characters just start breaking into song all the time. And it's really distracting. Like, out of nowhere, they just start singing and dancing everywhere. And I'm just like, but I was into this. I was into this. And now, the first 30 minutes of this movie, I'm sitting there and I'm just thinking like, Oh my God, it's two. What have I done to myself? It's 2 hours and 40 minutes of like, you're just, imagine if I'm sitting here talking to you and I just started to break into song. I am the captain of the Souls and Starships channel. And you would be like, stop that. Stop that, Captain. Just use your words, Captain. That's what you would tell me. And that's what I felt like in the theater. However, some of the musical numbers in the film, here's what I think. When you have a self-contained musical number that has sort of a beginning, middle, and end, that's actually pretty good. And that's like Aladdin, for example. The genie singing his song about the three wishes, right? In the beginning of Aladdin. What's that song called? Anyway, but it tells the story of who the genie is, how the wishes work, and then it's over and we're back to the narrative. I like that. That works. So when Wicked is doing that, some of it was really brilliant. When people are just kind of half singing and then half just saying lines and then singing again and then back to lines, that is like excruciating and incredibly annoying, and probably the reason I don't watch Broadway plays. It's just the reason. Because that annoys the hell out of me. It annoys the hell out of me when people just break into song and then go right back to speaking normally. That annoys me. I could not watch Les Miserables, the one with Russell Crowe and all the big name actors. I could not watch it because they never stop singing. If this movie had been like that, I don't know if I would have made it, okay? However, Mahler made an excellent point about Joker Folie à Deux. And Mahler, the long man, the surgeon, who loves to some extent, I think he's an appreciator of musicals, an enjoyer of musicals, and he was saying that in a proper musical, the musical number is meant to tell the story. It's actually meant to specifically, it advances the story, and this is very crucial. And he said it was a notable point insofar as Joker Folie à Deux did not advance the story with any of the musical numbers. You sort of had Lady Gaga and Joaquin Phoenix doing this breathy, weird kind of like whispery singing, like, oh, I'm so happy I found you. And what they're singing about is things we already know, which is not actually interesting in terms of a musical. The musical number is meant to tell the story in a fun and engaging way. Well, that point was sort of circulating in my mind as I watched Wicked, and I was like, wow, this is like night and day. Because like in the same way that Joker Folie à Deux was terrible as just in every way, but as a musical, this film actually had great musical numbers that told the story and were mostly pretty fun. And I will say that when we finally get to the finale moment of the film and what is pretty much the most iconic song from this musical, and I think it will also be from the films as well, which is Defying Gravity. I got to tell you, it was pretty magnificent. It was a pretty magnificent musical number. It was like right at the crescendo of the story. It was at the moment of most tension and stakes in the story. And it was great. It was a really great musical number. It was right up there with anything in a Disney classic. It was really well done. Ariana Grande, the hype is absolutely accurate. She's even better, quite frankly, than what I was thinking from all. I keep hearing she's brilliant in this film. She has got some amazing physical comedy. She has some amazing comedic beats. She was a talent in this film. Cynthia Erivo, who is one of the strangest people I have ever seen based on her interviews, within this film, I have to tell you, I'm just being constructive, okay? How can I put this delicately? She would not have been my casting choice just based on aesthetics, okay? Nothing personal. I'm just being constructive. In this film, her acting, I see why she was cast. I really do. Her vocals, her performance absolutely blew the doors off. This film is remarkably well acted. It is surprisingly, the pacing is actually not that bad. I thought 2 hours, 40 minutes. I kind of thought it'd be like getting my teeth drilled. And surprisingly, it kind of moves at, I think, a pretty decent pace. And I didn't feel like the part 1 cliffhanger was a problem at all. I felt like that was a great place to end it. It ended with the defying gravity number, which I think was a pretty excellent point. At the end of the day, it was a pretty damn entertaining movie, and one of the more entertaining films I've seen all year, because I've sat through The Crow, I've sat through Borderlands, like I've sat through some real dog shit. Mr. Producer, what have I sat through what have I sat through? Where is it? There it is. I have it. I have my list. I'm making my list and I'm checking it twice. Oh yeah. Rebel Moon, the Scar Giver. I sat through that one. Civil War, Argyle. I didn't actually sit through that one. Atlas. I quit that one early. Ghostbusters. Oh, that's a good one. Ghostbusters, Frozen, Empire, Godzilla, X Kong, Joker, Folie à Deux. Some real shit, folks. And I have to tell you, this is one of the better times I've had in the theater, despite the annoying singing. Aside from that, it was mostly pretty good. And the dancing was pretty good. Like, there's some really good choreography in it. All right, now, let's just chill for a second here, because there are some problems with this film. Number one, there is a subplot in the film about talking animals who are being oppressed. Now, actually, it's not that I wouldn't call anything in this film particularly woke, so we can just get that out of the way. I actually don't feel like it's a particularly woke film. It's just, it's telling a story. That's not surprising to me, though, because it's adapting a prior work that was made by competent people, which in turn was based on a prior work by a competent author. Okay. If you'll notice, most of the good stuff we get right now is based on what? Novels. Dune, that's an adaptation of a novel. Okay. So I'm not actually surprised that this is a pretty competent film. Still, and that it's not super duper woke. Still, the talking animals thing was very, it was hard to care. Okay. It was hard for me to care. And it's not that they weren't kind of lovable and there wasn't some value to that, but I honestly thought that's basically the primary point of contention in the story. Okay. These animals are experiencing racism. Talking animals should be seen and not heard. Get rid of these animals. And of course, we have Elphaba who wants to stand up for them and she wants to protect them. And and that's the main point of conflict in the entire story. That's what the characters are tussling over at the end of the day. There's the conflict of Elphaba trying to prove herself and survive against bullying and all that stuff. But the main antagonism arrives because of that. Now, thanks, Mom. My mother, not Mr. Producer, my mother is saying the lighting's much better today. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. Why, thank you, Wrangler. Very kind, sir. Says nothing, as is his custom. I appreciate it. I'm putting a heart on that. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the animal plot. Yeah, so as the main point of contention, I think that the animal plot is a bit thin. Second issue I have, in that trailer I showed you, the best part of the trailer, absolutely the best part of the trailer, and if I'm being as objective as I can, I would say that this is the main reason I had any interest in this film at all. It's the line where Jeff Goldblum, playing Oz, with the Wizard of Oz, says the best way to unite people is to give them a really good enemy. And then you see like the image of Elphaba being rolled down as the Wicked Witch. Now, I thought that is pretty fantastic. Leaving aside whether you like that it's a deconstruction of the Wizard of Oz, just put that to one side for a second. I'm just looking at this in isolation. That's a great angle, and I like it a lot. Here's the problem. Slight spoilers for Wicked. Redoubt, I know you're going to be really sad that I spoiled this for you. but anyway, it's not a big spoiler, but let's just say in the actual film, that's not who the line is referring to. The line is not referring to Elphaba. The line is referring to the animals. And that sucked a lot of the energy out of that antagonism for me, and I felt it made it much less interesting. I sort of thought that line was going to be directed at her, and so for that reason, I think that the story portrayed in the trailer was a bit more interesting than the story in the actual film. Now, I have it on good authority from people who have seen the play that I need to just like be patient because the second part is going to make everything come full circle, and that's fine. I had an odd feeling at the end, though, because there is this moment of real triumph where Elphaba just like steps into her role as the defender of these animals, and she's discovered how to control her magical powers, and she's singing the basically the most iconic song of the play, which is Defying Gravity. And all that's well and good. And I felt that it all worked well and it was all pretty great as a climax of a film goes. However, I had this feeling that like I'm looking at this character dressed in black. She's the Wicked Witch of the West. And I am celebrating her as though she's this shining, noble hero. And without getting into spoilers, I can't really say more of the issues of like why, specifically what was going on there. But what I will say is I just had an odd feeling that even though on paper this all works fine, there is something strange. There is something very strange about feeling invested in this character as a hero. Why is the Wicked Witch of the West the Wicked Witch of the West? Now we're going to bring in the Wizard of Oz, the original tale, the original story. Well, in the original story, she is a mad, vindictive, evil tyrant who destroys anyone that's in her path. Why does she dress in black? Because why is she such a hag? You know why? Because being evil has made her that way. See Nancy Pelosi, for examples. Now, I mean, she lives in this castle with flying monkeys, and she's miserable. She hates people. And I had someone push back on me. I had basically a friend of mine who has seen the show, who has seen the film and the play, and was saying, well, the thing is, Dorothy dropped a house on her best friend, the Wicked Witch of the East, and then stole her shoes and just headed off to the Yellow Brick Road. And so she had a legitimate grievance. It's like, okay, well, what would a good person do in that situation? A good person might be able to take a minute and just identify that the house being dropped on her friend was an accident, a terrible accident, and maybe she holds Dorothy responsible. But if she wants her shoes back, could she not ask, before dispatching the evil monkeys to, like, inflict murder on everyone? So my point is, she's a bad person in the original Wizard of Oz because of how she behaves. I don't feel that there's any story that can rehabilitate that. Is it possible that she was driven to this? Well, yeah, but I mean, that's like saying Darth Vader's not as bad as you thought he was because, oh, look what happened when he was... Well, that's what the prequels established. The prequels go back in time and they tell the story of young Anakin Skywalker, who was a good person, and then they show some of the traumas he endured, but that doesn't excuse him for being Darth Vader. So I guess what I'm saying is, imagine if we got a prequel, a non-canon, non-George Lucas sort of fan fiction film, and it was about how it turns out that when Vader went to college with Obi-Wan, it was all just a big misunderstanding, and Vader was never a bad guy. And the sort of soaring finale of the film was when Vader finally dons the black helmet and the black cloak, and we're cheering for him. Oh, he's Vader finally. He's defying gravity. You know what I mean? It would be weird, is all I'm saying. But that being said, I can report to you that I mostly enjoyed Wicked, and I mostly liked it. Now, am I going to watch it a lot? No. Am I going to watch it? I think this might be a one viewing only film, which, hey, good films can be one viewing only. I liked it more than Gladiator 2. Gladiator Folie à Deux. It was way better than that. So I'd rather watch Wicked than Gladiator Folie à Deux. So there you go. Skunk's Workshop predicted I was going to rate this film a 7 out of 10 bars on the Epaulettes. And I am going, and I have a friend of mine who said I should rage bait. I should rank down. Any number I give a film, I should automatically deduct a point just to, draw out the emotion of my audience and get the clicks and maybe compensate for being too friendly to it. But I'm just going to give you my honest score. I think this film is an 8 out of 10. I think Wicked's an 8 out of 10. Pretty fantastic film. And now, is it like my favorite thing? Not really, but I gotta tell you, on the drive home, and I don't enjoy admitting this to you, but on the drive home, I may have opened up my Pandora app and done a real quick search for Defying Gravity and listened to it like 2 or 3 times. Now, that's, it happens. It's a good song, okay? But the funny thing, though, after I listened to it a couple times, I was like, there's only so much Broadway you could take for one day. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. The captain liked Wicked. I did. It's not bad. And, it's actually, I will say this. What did I say about Barbie is a terrible film. I hate Barbie. I think it's absolute garbage. But at least Wicked had something Barbie did not have, which was a sense of playfulness and fun to it. It had a sense of, you really do get invested in Glinda and Elphaba in the story. They're great. They're good protagonists. They really are. So Barbie was a miserable, depressing, and yes, very woke and just ultra uber feminist, crazy tirade. This film was just a story. I mean, that's basically what this film was. This film is just a story, and that's nice. That's a nice thing. You know what I'm saying? So what? Have I lost minus 5 subscribers? Oh, no, don't go. Landman is amazing, Fu Man Blue. It is. I predict Landman with Billy Bob Thornton. This show is going to blow up. I really think that. I think this show is going to be massive. Now, it is on Paramount as a streaming show, so that could hold it back, quite frankly. But if this were just on network TV, I'm telling you, this show would blow the doors off. I really feel that way. Yeah, we're going to talk about Skeletons, Crew, Skunks. Audio is in sync. Yes, I solved that issue, Skunks Workshop. The audio problem was because my camera was on wireless mode, and I did not know that. And after Mr. Producer's annual review, he felt he should take more initiative and investigated the problem and discovered that if I do it as a wired camera, the audio sync is back on track. So, yes, agreed, Skunks. Producer is on a roll. And Neutron Pack is in the chat and says, I didn't see Wicked yet, but does the movie need to be 3 hours long? Well, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Does it need to be 2 hours and 40 minutes? Need is a strong word. I will grant you that, Neutron Pack. I mean, before having seen it, I would have said the idea of making a play that is itself less than 2 hours and 40 minutes long, a 2-part film in which both parts are 2 hours and 40 minutes long, I would have told you that's a bad idea. That's what I would have said. However, Mostly, it justifies the runtime, I think. Mostly. There are a few eye-roll musical numbers I could have done without, but not many. I actually feel that the story flows pretty naturally. Yes, could you have trimmed 20 minutes off of it? I'm sure you could have, but it moves pretty good. I did not feel like I wasn't getting antsy on this one too much. The first 30 minutes, yes. I actually think the first 30 minutes are the most annoying. There's a lot of annoying musical stuff in the first 30 minutes. Once you get to about, I would say about the first third of the film and the story really kicks in, there's actually some pretty remarkably emotional and powerful sequences that really work well from a story. There's a scene in the middle of the film, and I can't really tell you what it's about because it would be a big spoiler. But I will just say it involves the enmity between Glinda and Elphaba, and there's just this really climactic moment at a party, and it was a really sensational set piece in the film, and it stood out to me because this is storytelling. Like, this is great storytelling, and the performances of both of the actors is pretty astounding. They really blew the doors off, and I can understand why they're such freaking emotional wrecks on the interview circuit, because the roles that they played are so much about, you know, being an outsider, being an outcast, being bullied, and the emotionality of kindness in the midst of terror. You know, I think they just are emotional train wrecks because they've just bought into the drama of their characters. You know what I mean? Like, they went too deep down the rabbit hole. But that being said, they turned in pretty magnificent performances. I mean, Ariana Grande she is just on another level in this film. She really is. Like, she is Glinda. Like, she is that character. It's kind of amazing. So, astonishingly, I think it mostly justifies the runtime, but just barely. Stormcrow, gentle Stormcrow, is in the chat and says, "Hail, my friends. Hope y'all are doing great. And just for the sake of shilling, give Skunks a look. He can draw my friends." Why, thank you, Stormcrow. Yes, Skunks. What are you shilling, Skunks? Let us know. Drop it in the chat. Wrangler, get a link to something Skunks wants to shill. We'll shill it. Wrangler says, "You ain't never had a friend like me." You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Oh, I was thinking of Toy Story. No, you ain't never had a friend like me. That is the Aladdin song. Thank you, Wrangler. Wrangler knows the song. Yeah, that's a great musical number. Wrangler says Taco Grande was a great song. Now you're making me hungry, Wrangler. Now I want a Taco Grande. It's not really a thing, but I want one now. I do. So there you go. Well, what do you think, chat? Has the am I off my nut? I'm not with Gary at Nerdrotic on this one. He said, great movie, Seventh Circle of Hell. I guess I'm more with the Commander, D-Day Cobra, on this one. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this film. Hell, if someone wants to go see it and they want me to come with them, I'll go with them. I'll go with them and watch it again. Am I going to buy the Blu-ray and watch it on a loop? No. That's reserved for Godzilla -1. By the way, we have Godzilla -1 Blu-ray Collector's Edition unboxing to do today, and we have Rippaverse unboxing to do as well. So that is coming up. That is coming up right soon. We're going to talk about Skeleton Crew. We need to talk about the Skeleton Crew situation. However, before we do that, chat, I would like to share an experience with you. I have not seen the latest Snow White trailer with Rachel Zegler. I have not seen it, and I have specifically avoided seeing it because I wanted to react to it with you, because I'm hearing it's one of the most horrifying nightmare fuel things of all time. I have no idea if this is true or not. I just want to check it out and see. I have to see what I think about it, as is my custom. Mr. Producer, share screen. This is a fresh reaction, but apparently this thing is a nightmare. So here we go.
This was my father's kingdom, a place of fairness. But the queen changed everything.
A place of fairness? God. Oh my God, it is so woke, Gen Z. It's just so fairness. Everything's fair. It's so fucking cringe. Oh my God. Everything's so on the nose. So on the nose with these modern writers. But anyway, roll tape.
Take him away!
Your Majesty,
What did you say?
the people need some kind.
What's going on here? There's something odd about this situation. I don't know what it is.
The people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't.
Oh, oh my God, it's getting worse. The people need some kindness. Oh my God. It's like a freaking Kamala Harris ad. Are they going to talk about joy next? I want to hear her say, I want to run a campaign that's about joy and kindness and fairness.
I don't remember you being this opinionated.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. But the lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
Let me just make sure I'm not getting a warning here. Okay, cool. Everything's looking good. We are all systems go. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Welcome aboard, Anthony. We're watching. This is my first reaction. I've never seen this before. This is the Snow White latest trailer.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place. Hello? Is there anybody here?
This all looks very like green screen to me. Like literally green screen. Like nothing in this is real. She's just walking through. Hell, her costume might not even be real. If I have to stand here in this dress, I deserve to be paid for every hour. Oh my God! What the hell is that? What? What? Oh my God. What? Oh my God, that is the most fucked thing I've ever seen. Do you see why I say it, folks? Do you see why I say it? I mean, how could you be a normal person with like kind of like an average level of human intelligence and see that and say, "Oh, that fixes it." No. You have to be dumb. You have to be just a stupid person that eats glue. Oh, wait, let.
It's a human.
Oh my God, this is a nightmare, man. I gotta find this frame here.
Wait.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. What? Disney? What have you done? What have you done, Disney? This is terrifying. This is terrifying. This is worse. So when I was a kid, I mentioned this often. When I was a kid, children-aimed films were nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel. The Dark Crystal, anyone? Never-ending Story. Time Bandits. There were just terrifying, scary, nightmare fuel things. This is worse than those things. This is worse. This would have had, so when I was the kind of kid that if something really scared me, I never wanted to hear a song from it. I never wanted to see it. If I heard anything that reminded me of it, I would make my mom like take it away. Like a song would come on the radio that reminded me of that film, and I'd be like, no, I don't want to hear that song. This would have been that for me when I was a kid. This would have been a nightmare like you can't even believe. Do you know what this reminds me of? Do you know what this reminds me of, chat? Oh, wait till you see it. Yes. Hang on. Just have to pull it from the internets. The internets. If you can guess what I'm going to show you, like points. Okay, super points. Here we go. That's this is what this reminds me of. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania. Quantum Nausea. One of the worst things ever made ever. That's what this reminds me of. Okay, back to here we go. Okay. If you don't know, I was just showing MODOK from Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantum Nausea.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
You'll be safe from the Queen here.
The Queen stole everything from all of us.
I'm gonna need your help.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
Waiting on a wish, holding out for...
Oh, this is going to be maximum girl boss. This is going to be max girl bossery. Can you even believe this is going to be the most girl boss film they've done? It's going to be she's going to be like, it's time to restore kindness and fairness. And I'm going to do it, whether you like it or not.
Someday, hoping somehow, someway, there comes a miracle.
The classic, they're such liars. Disney are such liars. This is not the classic story. The original story was the classic story. This is your sick, like a Island of Dr. Moreau Frankenstein monster is what this is.
Snow White.
This is our kingdom, and now
I'll tell you one thing. I will tell you one thing. Cynthia Erivo, the actress who plays Elphaba in Wicked, is about 10 times the singer that Rachel Zegler is. Ditto Ariana Grande. She's about 20 times the singer Rachel Zegler is.
now we're here to take it back.
You were saying.
Oh my God!
Kingdom.
The girl I meant
I just had the funniest thought. Back in the day, back during the Bush administration, right? Over at Club Gitmo, as Rush Limbaugh used to call it, that would be Guantanamo Bay, where they were housing the Terrys, one of the enhanced interrogation techniques they would use was to play music that annoyed them super loud all night long and not allow them to sleep. By the way, I oppose enhanced interrogations. I oppose them. But what I would say is this is something you could play if you were so inclined to use enhanced interrogations. This would be the song of choice. Like, this is what you would, and you would have like a big screen with her face, you know, her face, singing all night long. And those poor Terrys, man, they'd be curled up in their cell. Oh, stop it. Stop. Oh, but okay, but this is the most girl boss right here. All right, check out this girl boss moment here. You can practically see her just like the head flick, you know? Slay Queen.
For our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
You were saying.
Oh my God. Oh, that's the smug. Oh, that is the smug SJW. Oh, that is vintage, folks. That is vintage SJW right there. We're here to take it back. Dude, this is why it's so delicious that the Orange Man won. This is why it's so delicious. because they're like, Kamala's gonna win. It's like, oh, well, shows how much you know.
You were saying.
I'm sorry, my dear. Did I frighten you?
What? They CGI'd the witch? Dude, you can get Colin Farrell. You can get Colin Farrell and put him in a fat suit, make him unrecognizable as the Penguin, and it's like believable, it's awesome, it's excellent. Why can't you do that with Gal Gadot? If you can do that with Colin Farrell and the Penguin, why do you have to weird CGI this? Oh, justice for Peanut. Justice for Peanut. You know Disney. You know what Disney. I bet Disney. They are the type of company that if it served their interests at all, they would have personally euthanized that squirrel if they could. If they had to for some reason, like they just had to do it. It would like for example, if they had like a mascot that was advertising this film, and that mascot, like a new regime took power in like a Middle Eastern country where they were marketing the film, and the regime said squirrels are banned here, and you have to euthanize that squirrel or we will ban your film from our theaters. Disney would have done it. Like, they'd be, okay, give us the squirrel. Yeah, the squirrel's dead. Will you play our movie now so we can make billions and billions and billions? What in the blue fuck is this? What is this? This lives up to the hype. This does. Like, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh my God. This is like so bad. Downvote. Oh, it's 700,000 downvotes to 27,000 upvotes. And we are looking at 5.6 million views. Let's take a look at the comments, shall we? Do you guys want to take a look at the comments? Wow, Disney, you truly are incredible. It took you 3 years, multiple rewrites, unnecessary CGI, and $209 million just for me to enjoy a comment section of a movie I will never watch. Bless you. Yes, that's a pretty fantastic comment. For people who don't use the extension, oh yeah, they're reporting the dislikes. That is excellent. That is excellent. You've got, yes, fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. They're reporting the ratio. I respect it. At this point, they should just save their money to not have it released in theaters and just have it as a free movie as part of your Disney Plus subscription. Evil Queen to Mirror. Describe Snow White to me. Mirror. Weird, weird. That's a good. If I saw this movie on a plane, I would still walk out. At this point, the comment section is the real magic mirror. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think that on March 21st, that's my birthday, we should all collectively stay home and watch the original animated version instead. Agree? Somewhere there are Disney employees reading this comment section and cracking up silently to themselves. I don't doubt it. $200 million budget on the world's most hilarious comment section. Worth it. In her most challenging acting role to date, Gal Gadot has to pretend to be jealous of Rachel Zegler's looks. So the Critical Drinker had a video on this. I thought we might just react to it. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Did I not bookmark it? Oh, yeah, here it is. I got it. Hang on. Sorry. Delay of game. Okay, cool. Got it queued up. Okay, here we go. All right, let me kill that tab. Share this one. Mr. Producer. We're also going to take a look at comments. Share screen. Hat tip Critical Drinker. What was that? Skunk's Workshop? Gentle Skunk's Workshop? Wait, the dwarves are the bad guys? I don't think it's that they're the bad guys. They're like her army. They're her army that are going to help her restore fairness and kindness. That's so boring. That's so boring. Thanks, Siri. They're so boring all the time. Kindness and fairness. Wooden acting. Yeah, I would agree with that. Gitmo, the waterboarding capital of the world. The dwarves look weird, says Wrangler. Anthony Timmons saying those aren't dwarves. Those are gnomes from hell. Skunks can't believe it. Skunks is laughing. Says there's no way they went with that dwarf design. It's absolutely unbelievable. Disney's total commitment to setting money on fire. Setting it on fire. Elphaba versus the Red Queen. Who wins? Then they'll do Dorothy versus Alice and have the winner from both matches go at it for the championship belt. Thank you, Wrangler. Anthony says they should have called this Blow White because it blows. I see what you did there. All right, Critical Drinker, roll tape.
It was my father's kingdom.
We're gonna need your help.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
Find Snow White.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Jesus wept. I mean, our expectations were pretty low for this one, but damn, Disney, I think I'm beginning to understand why you kept this trailer hidden for so long. Releasing the full Snow White trailer onto YouTube is like throwing a bacon cheeseburger to a pack of hungry wolves, but just like a foot-long post-taco turd, there's only so long you can hold it in before nature takes its course.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate that sentence. You have to, just like, what is it he said? Just like a foot-long post-taco turd, there's only so long you can hold it in before nature takes its course. Dude, that's a good one. That's classic. That's vintage Critical Drinker right there. That's him in his that's rare form these days. Critical Drinker's become too civilized in his current iteration, so I appreciate that when he goes low. I really do. Think about this, chat. If the trailer is this bad, what must the movie be like? I mean, my God, my God, what must it even be like? It's a stunning thought. It really is. Roll tape.
And well, the internet did not disappoint. At the time of making this video, the trailer has over 3 million views with 15,000 likes and 178,000 dislikes.
Now it's up to 700,000 dislikes. We're hitting the multi-millions on this one. Buckle up.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Honestly, the comments section is pure gold, man.
Disney, we are a diverse and inclusive company. Also Disney, we don't hire dwarves.
Anyway, the teaser trailer that came out a couple of months back played it pretty coy when it came to details, probably because Disney was still desperately scrambling to cut together a new version of the film after all the backlash to the project and its, star? Is that the word I'm looking for?
This is the company that partnered with Pixar and gave us Toy Story and A Bug's Life and Cars and The Incredibles. This is the company that produced Aladdin and The Lion King. I'm speaking of the animated films. The Little Mermaid, like these classic timeless films. This company has limitless resources. They've practically invented the timeless animated classic. With all this time and all of this audience reaction, they couldn't have come up with a better design for these dwarves. With all their limitless fortunes, their resources, all this time, all these reshoots, this is the best they could do! How is that possible? Doesn't make sense.
Looking for? Ah, fuck it. But this was our first real look at Snow White, the evil queen, and the diverse gender non-conforming magical entities that would be—
This is what they were gonna do. Let's just face it, folks. This is what they were gonna do. And they got raked over the coals. If you don't know, you're looking at an image of the original 7 magical people, which is a very diverse group of weird-looking fucking Seattle hippies, okay? I'm just gonna keep it real with you, okay? Some really weird homeless people. That's what it is. Oh, I'm cruising today. Anyway. And they got roasted. And so they said, let's do CGI nightmare fuel instead.
He's starring alongside them. Oh wait, they're actually dwarves again, aren't they? Well, let's see how they look. Oh, fuck no! I said before that the dwarves from the teaser were absolute nightmare fuel.
I'm so glad I waited. I'm so glad I waited to watch this video because it was a absolute shock when I saw that reveal. That was awesome.
That was just from a few passing glimpses of the things, but honestly, having seen them full on in all their glory, I think that's doing a disservice to nightmares. These things make Ron Perlman look handsome. I mean, for the love of God, why would you create such a crime against science, nature, aesthetics, creativity, and simple human decency? It's like someone fed the hyper-exaggerated animated versions from the 1937 movie into an AI image generator and told it to produce photorealistic alternatives with no
a great observation. It is just like that. It's like you said, it's like you went to Grok and just said, make the animated dwarves, just make them lifelike, and it just produces this nightmare.
for how disturbing such a visual carbuncle would actually look. Combining the worst aspects of Uncanny Valley CGI with the worst aspects of over-the-top, exaggerated old-school animation to create something that's likely to traumatize an entire generation of children. Well, the 100 or so that are actually going to bother to go see this movie. I've sharted out things that look more aesthetically appealing than this. I mean, imagine being one of the Disney animators and having to look at renders of these things day after day for months on ends. Anyway, let us turn our gaze towards more appealing matters. I walked into that one, didn't I? Nice to see that Andrew Burnap's scenes didn't get cut though. I'm sure Rachel's real happy about that one.
It's Hollywood, baby.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Well, clearly you missed her red carpet interviews then.
A lovely maiden I now behold.
Really? Where? You know, one of the things that strikes me after watching Gal Gadot trying to play the evil queen is that portraying a good Disney villain actually demands quite a bit of gravitas and acting range. That's why previous antagonists have been voiced by awesome and experienced actors like Jeremy Irons, Christopher Plummer, Keith David and Kelsey Grammer. And as much as I like Gal Gadot as a person, well, I don't quite think she's in their league. She's fine playing characters that are basically just an extension of her own persona, but the moment a script demands a little bit more from her, well...
Kal-El, the last son of Krypton. Remember who you are.
And it really brings home the fundamental problem this movie has.
He's right. Well, he's right. He's right. I like Gal Gadot. I do, but he's right about this. She was good as Wonder Woman in that first Wonder Woman film. Hang on. Cough button. You know what's interesting? So her as this queen, it is a very flat, lifeless kind of performance. You know what it is? It's like someone who is acting. You know what I'm saying? Like an amateur actor, and you can tell that they're acting because they're acting. And the thing is, like, that's really bad. He's right that, like, you know, we don't give Disney quite enough credit. The classic villains, like Gaston, Maleficent, the original Maleficent, not that Angelina Jolie trash. These were powerful performances that defined generations. Gal Gadot is just not up to that.
To overcome. On the one hand, you've got a villain played by an actress who can't act but everyone seems to like, and on the other, you've got a protagonist played by someone who can at least act but almost nobody likes.
It's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful.
And I don't really see how you can fix that at this point. Let's be real here, ain't nobody gonna be rooting for Rachel Zegler when this movie comes out.
Who'd you think I was?
Somehow, I don't think you want to know the answer to that one, Rachel. Oh yeah, I guess this'll be the Huntsman then.
Really?
You know what? I don't care what anyone says. I love Negan. I love Negan in Walking Dead. After the Negan War, that was the end of Walking Dead for me. But that's beside the point. No, roll tape. I'll hold my comment until later.
Fix that at this point. Let's be real here, ain't nobody gonna be rooting for Rachel Zegler when this movie comes out.
What did you think I was?
Somehow, I don't think you want to know the answer to that one, Rachel. Oh yeah, I guess this'll be the Huntsman then.
Really?
Yeah, sure, okay. Who knew that medieval Germany was quite so cosmopolitan? Anyway, enough of this trivial nonsense. It's time to get down to some hard-core girl bossing.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
Why do I get the feeling it's gonna be...
Yeah, it's so funny that Rachel Zegler goes on Twitter, X, the X platform, and she posts that she wishes that anyone who voted for the Orange Man, may you never know peace. But in the other side of her mouth, this is the same person that's always saying we need kindness and fairness. And so in this film, you have her say, we want fairness. We want kindness. And they're the most malicious, nasty people to anyone who doesn't think like them. It's why it's so cringe. You know, when I literally recoil at her coming through, you know, saying like our kingdom's about fairness. It's like what I hate so much about that is like it lacks self-awareness. They're so blind to the hypocrisy because they never apply that standard evenly. They never apply it equally. That what they mean is kindness and fairness as long as it's what I define as kindness and fairness and it's what I like. They are just so insufferable. This is a film assembled from insufferable. Like, it's literally all the ingredients of insufferable have been distilled into the ultimate insufferable movie. This movie is going to be one of Disney's absolute masterpieces of disaster. As disastrous movies are as they go, I think this is going to be like the Ninth Symphony of Disney's disasters. I really do. This is a perfect storm.
Snow White who saves Prince Charming this time around.
Because think of it, folks. This isn't like Hook. That is Peter Pan and Wendy, where they just shoved it onto the Disney Plus platform and just forgot about it. Who cares? They're going to release this in theaters. It is going to be. They already know, folks. They know it's going to fail. They know it's going to be a giant flop. They've already called their accountants. They've already said, cook the books. Write it off. Get us whatever tax rebates you can, because they know that this is going to fail. They know it's an unmitigated disaster, and yet they have no choice. They have left the comment section on YouTube. They are getting absolutely ratioed. Everyone hates this actress. Everyone hates this movie. Everyone hates everything about it. They hate the dwarves. They hate everything. And they know it's going to fail, and they have no choice. They're going to release it. This is going to be a slow motion catastrophe from beginning to end. It's a thing of beauty when you really think about it.
That is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
It's been said before, but I think it bears repeating that this trailer, and by extension the movie itself, is really the perfect example of everything wrong with modern filmmaking. A creatively bankrupt project founded on the belief that just rehashing old ideas is better than taking the risk of coming up with new ones. A film so oversaturated with eye-bleeding colour and nightmarishly overblown CGI that it's almost a joke to even refer to it as live action, when I'm willing to bet that 90% of it was filmed against green screens. A story so warped and twisted from its original form to fit with the filmmaker's own warped and twisted ideas of what the world should be like that it appeals to almost nobody. A film starring an entitled, narcissistic, ungrateful brat who thinks the world owes her a favour because of how she was born and just can't shut the fuck up about it. Oh, and just as a little side note, in the couple of hours it's taken me to write out this script, the dislikes on the trailer have jumped from 178,000 to 187,000.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Pucker up, Disney, because just like I tell Tatiana during our special sessions, this one's likely to sting. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Dude, those Sam Neill clips are so perfect. They are so perfect. Hat tip, critical trigger. That was a brilliant analysis. It was just genius. What is this I have? They have added, Restream has added music for me. It's labeled Christmas. What the fuck is that? Ah! They have AI-generated music I can use. Oh, that sucks. Ugh. I love Christmas. Christmas is my favorite holiday. In fact, Merry Christmas to you, my dear sailors and starnauts. And Happy Hanukkah, if that's your thing. Where is my chat, Mr. Producer? Rings of Power can make better dwarves than that. Yeah, see Disa for examples. Ugh. Ugh. Very unfortunate looking woman. Wrangler says maybe if they market the movie as a parody, it might almost make a little bit of their money back. That's a great point. If they just make it a parody, maybe it's like Madam Web. Madam Web, which is an unintentional parody that's actually pretty entertaining in that light. Skunk's Workshop says, now that I've seen these dwarves a little more, they look like the sleeping dwarf in Wreck-It Ralph. And I didn't mind that dwarf design. That's probably because it fits the movie's aesthetic. Yeah, the issue is not that the dwarves look, well, let's face it, they look like nightmare fuel, but what you're talking about is an animated film where all of the animation is designed to be over the top. Yeah, that's Critical Drinker's point there. It's as if they took what looks good in an animated film and they just extracted it into this weird uncanny valley. And the uncanny valley, if you don't know, the uncanny valley refers to something that is really, the problem with it is it's something that causes you to disbelieve it, right? So in The Matrix, right, the Matrix film, the famous example of why deja vu is bad, right? Neo sees a cat, right? And then he sees the same cat a second time. And he says, oh, deja vu. And they're like, what did you say? And he's like, deja vu. That's where they change something in The Matrix. And what they're talking about, another example of this is in the film Inception, right? Inception. When a sleeping person who's dreaming starts to become aware of the strangeness of the dream and it starts to break the dream, right? Those are two examples of what is essentially an in-world uncanny valley. An uncanny valley is when you become aware of something that is not right. It doesn't feel real. It feels wrong somehow. And that is the absolute antithesis of immersion, which is what you need for a film to work. Animated films and anime, they can show exaggerated features because it fits within the aesthetic of the world. But in the real world, you try and extract that. Like imagine if you tried to just actually recreate an anime character like one-to-one in the real world. It would be terrifying. It would be terrifying. It's like, so that's the issue. The issue is not necessarily that the design couldn't work in another format. It's just that they're stupid people that eat glue at Disney. At least the ones running it. I can't say the same for all of the rank and file. Skunk says, in this trailer, they're really hard to look at, and they are. Wrangler's gotta run. Well, thanks for stopping by, Wrangler. Permission to disembark granted, sir. Thanks for the super chat, Wrangler. Appreciate you. Merry Christmas, Skunks. Merry Christmas. Anthony says, now a Christmas fan myself. Never have been. Hey, Christmas is a wonderful holiday. Christmas is what you make it, Anthony. See, that's the problem. Everyone asks what Christmas can do for them, but nobody asks what they can do for Christmas. That's the reason. If you don't enjoy Christmas, and now I'm not dismissing, obviously there could be lots of valid reasons why someone doesn't enjoy Christmas. But all I will say is that some people are determined to ruin Christmas for themselves. I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying that like people, like for example, you've often heard people say, well, Christmas is so stressful. I got to do all the shopping. I got to do all this stuff. It's such a pain. I got to visit my relatives. Well, that's ruining it for yourself, if you ask me. Christmas, by its very definition, is not about what the holiday can do for us. It's about what we can do to make the holiday beautiful for others. That's really what Christmas is. That's the spirit of Christmas. Christmas is literally what you make it. And I always endeavor to the 100th degree to make Christmas as wonderful and happy and fun as possible. Anthony, this is going to be a great Christmas. You know why? Because the Orange Man has returned. Whether, I don't know, maybe you don't like the Orange Man. I do. I am an enjoyer of the Orange Man. And I'm very happy. It's going to be a great Christmas. But seriously. Every year I listen to Patrick Stewart's performance of A Christmas Carol, and I just love it. I absolutely love it. It is about the fact that Christmas is about doing for others, and it is about trying to make someone else have a great experience, you know? And I think that's what my aim always is like, if I can make someone else's Christmas happier, then that's what I want to do. And if that is accomplished, then it's a great Christmas. Christmas, I think, should be a time where people are unusually good to each other. That's just how I think. I think it's like a nice time of year to say, you know what, I'm just going to be a little better to my fellow man than usual. You know what's incredible? In World War I, in the trenches, in trench warfare, on Christmas Day, both sides, the German side, the French and British side, they would agree to suspend hostilities for one day. They just would, and it wasn't like their leaders ordered them to or anything. It was literally just the rank and file soldiers made a gentleman's agreement with the other side that we're not fighting today. And they literally had the first Christmas when they're of trench warfare in World War I. There were actually football games in no man's land. No man's land being the hellscape in between the trenches where, you know, to even dare poke your head out was death. But for one day of the year, they would put aside, the guns were silent, and the soldiers were able to play football, what is properly known as soccer in America, or cricket or whatever. They would play that in no man's land, and they would get one day of no artillery, no one dying. You know, the guns were silent. I just think there's something powerful about that. You know, there's great power in Christmas, but it's up to you. It's up to you to make of it that, the spirit of Christmas. It's a reminder to me that we are better than we think we are. Maybe a better way to put that is we are capable. We're capable of greater things than we give ourselves credit for. Anthony says, not a Christmas fan. That should read, if you can be good and kind to others one day a year, why not other 364 days of the year? I just don't buy it. No. You misunderstand, Anthony. I'm saying we should be kind to each other 365 days of the year. But I'm saying on Christmas, we just do even a little more extra. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we don't do kindness the rest of the, like, as soon as Christmas is over, treat your relatives like trash. No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying, however good, if you've been an angel among men for 364 days, just go one step further on Christmas. That's all. Anthony, so I misread. You know, I like this one better, Anthony. Now a Christmas fan. That was what it said originally because it was a typo. Now a Christmas fan myself, never have been. Like, it's your first year that you're a Christmas fan. I want this to be that year, Anthony. I want this to be Anthony's year. Well, Merry Christmas, Anthony. I hope you have a great Christmas. I really do. I hope that something really, like, miraculous and strangely wonderful happens to you this Christmas. I really do. Anthony says, I don't look down on people who celebrate it. I just don't do it myself. Fair enough. Fair enough. Christmas is optional, but why would you pass? Why would you pass on Christmas? I have a Christmas background that I'm going to unveil as we get closer to the holiday. Bah humbug. I know. Bah humbug. Oh, surely you don't mean that, Anthony Timmons. Now listen. We may think that the Snow White trailer is nightmare fuel. We may properly identify the uncanny valley and be horrified by it. We may find Rachel Zegler insufferable and Gal Gadot, while likable, not up to the task. We may think that this entire film is going to be the greatest catastrophe in all of the modern Disney canon. But there is a type of fan who loves this shit, loves it. Can't get enough of it. Like, the worse Disney does, the more they rush to Disney's defense. The more cringe and nightmare fuel the animation, the more delighted they are. The more they do fake fan reactions on live streams. There's no low that Disney could ever sink to that would ever cause their disappointment. There just isn't, because if they ever are disappointed, they just quickly put a brave face on it and decide that, no, actually, I was wrong, Disney. I do like it. Step on my face, Disney. They're what's known as a shill. And they make me sick. They suffer from a terrible disease. It's called shillery by proxy. It's debilitating. It affects the daily activities of life. It makes you socially awkward. It makes you say strange things. It's incurable. There is a man who is studying this disease. He is studying it in great detail because he's a humanitarian, really. And he wants to find a cure so that one day we can cure shillery by proxy and welcome the shills back into the fold of regular humans. His name is Grizzy. MrGrizzy, if you're feeling formal. And he has a video for us explaining how the shills are defending Snow White. They're defending it, folks. Mr. Producer, where's my stack of stuff? I lost my stack of stuff. I need it. I need it right now. Yes, right now. Yeah, of course we're live. Why would I go live and then not be live? Oh, yeah, he was joking. He was just kidding. He's a kidder. All right, here we go. Share screen.
Disney actually did it. They actually had the guts to release the Snow White official trailer on YouTube. And the ratio is pretty much what you'd expect it to be.
Oh my goodness, this trailer has 16,000 likes and 201,000 dislikes. I don't get it. Why is this the one people have decided to turn on?
What's up, nerds?
This was my father's kingdom.
Take him away!
Your Majesty.
What did you
Rachel
say?
Zegler looks so good in this role, and there's a damn shame that a lot of people are critiquing here for, let's be honest, a lot of ridiculous and unfair reasons.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
You know, stop it, eh? If you are out there, what is going on your island, okay? There's a lot of British shills lately. I think the shillery by proxy is spreading through Britain.
Ridiculous and unfair reasons Rachel Zegler has been criticized. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you on that one. Disrespectfully, of course.
You probably have never been laid. I'm just being 100% realistic.
You were saying
This is really good.
Yeah! Bro. Why do they actually look good?
You just said that the dwarves look good. Jesus Christ. I'm going to give you one more chance. Is that your final answer?
I can't lie. The CGI looks pretty damn good. The dwarfs look pretty damn good.
I'm sorry.
That looks pretty good, bro.
Got my juices going.
You people are so fucking weird.
And they are, for whatever reason, really excited about this movie. I mean, look at that shill face.
I'm gonna be flat out honest with you guys. I'm
Look at that shell face. Shell face! Shell face!
excited for this movie, bro. I really am.
That did a really...
What would it even look like? This is a genuine question. What would it even look like if they disliked something Disney did? I'm dead serious. Like, what would it take? Can you imagine the day that they're like, wow, I'm really disappointed. That looks terrible. What the hell's the matter with these people? What the hell's wrong with them? I mean, in theory, is it possible for every film to be good? Like, literally, is that possible? Like a clean sweep, like 1 year, we get 10 out of 10 every single film that's released. Every single one. 10 out of 10, perfect, flawless film. Is that possible? Well, yes, it's possible in the same way that it's possible all the oxygen molecules on one side of the room could self-sort to the other side of the room, while all the carbon dioxide molecules shuffle the opposite direction. Like that. So you wind up with one side of the room that's all carbon dioxide, and one side that's all oxygen, and one side that's all nitrogen. Theoretically, that could spontaneously happen. But it never happens. Because it just doesn't. But it could. How can it be that the shill can never experience a Disney product they dislike? How is that possible? What would it look like if they did? I'm deeply curious about this. I'm a curious man.
Great job. I think Rachel Zegler's going to crush it.
It looks like it could be fresh and new, and I'm going to give it a chance. I really am.
Get that Stranger Things hat off your head. I'm going to gatekeep it. I'm going to, no, you're not allowed to like Stranger Things, chill.
Sorry, Disney's Snow White looks great.
Good one.
This trailer, I think it's honestly great. I think it's exactly what it needs to be.
He's like, God, what a... Dude, work on your background, man. He looks like he's in a hostel. He's just like...
Disney Snow White, I think there's hope here.
And then, as all Disney shills do, they take it a step further. This one implies that if you claim that you are a fan of the original Snow White movie and are offended by what Rachel Zegler said about it, you are full of shit, and you're probably lying.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, nowhere near the top of my favorite Disney animated films, and if you say that, you're probably lying, all right? That's my opinion. I don't know anyone who's like, oh, that's my all-time favorite.
Let me ask you a question, Shill. Why would someone lie about liking something? I know it's a fascinating question to ponder, but why would someone lie about liking something? Why would that happen? Is that something that would occur? Why does it occur to you that someone might say they like something, but be lying about liking that thing? Why would that occur to you? Why would you not simply take someone at their word that they like something? I'm just curious.
Unless you're like over the age of 50 or 60, I don't know many people who really go back to that one. And I challenge you to go back and watch this film, the original, and tell me it's not one that would be due for some sort of modernized update, because
there it is. There it is. I agree with activist NPC download. I agree with modernism. I agree with whatever the woke mind virus wants. Hail the woke mind virus. These wackos, man, it's never about the actual story. You know, I say that what was refreshing about Wicked is that it was just a story. It's just a story. Take it or leave it. You know, if you don't like it, fine. But it's just a story. That's all it is. It's a story about this person who is born different, and she's bullied, and she doesn't really fit into the world, and she goes on this journey to try and find acceptance and a friend in life, and winds up getting embroiled in this battle for freedom and all that stuff. Well, that's just a story. It's a story. But these shills, man, they don't give a shit about the story. All they care about is their wacko, lunatic activism. Well, it's got to be modern. It's got to be stunning and brave and diversity and equity and inclusion. The reason they get mad when we don't like things like The Acolyte and Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, the reason they don't like it is because they know subconsciously, or perhaps consciously, but probably subconsciously, that we are rejecting, we, the royal we, that is most people, regular people, are rejecting their worldview. And they don't like it. They want everyone to bend the knee. They want everyone to be like them. They want sameness. They don't actually want diversity. They want uniformity. They want every single one of us, every member of the audience, goose-stepping in lockstep with everything Disney shits out. Every taco turd they've been holding in, just shit it out, and we all just enjoy it. In perfect goose-stepping lockstep. That's the world they want to live in. That's why they don't want to be on X. They have to go to Blue Sky. They have to go to Blue Sky, and then they start banning each other for being toxic. It's perfect, really. How can you want the world to be this boring, Sir Madam Marit? I'm speaking to the shill, of course. You never know how they identify. Starfury is in the chat. Starfury says, these fuckers could be handed a shit sandwich by Disney and they would claim it was hot cuisine. Wait. I don't know how to pronounce it. Starfury is teaching the captain yet another new word that I don't know. Adjective, pronounced oat. Oat, meaning fashionably elegant or high class. Starfury, are you doing this on purpose? Are you going and finding like $8 words you think I don't know and teaching them to me live on stream? Probably. That would be in keeping with British traditions. Let me reread, now that I understand the word. Quoteth Starfury. These fuckers could be handed a shit sandwich by Disney, and they would claim it was haute cuisine. Yes, they would. Starfury, not an enjoyer of Christmas, I take it. I take it from your comment. Says, I am an avowed Scrooge, so bah fucking humbug. Well, now, Starfury, I believe that this year 3 ghosts are going to visit you and melt your cold dead heart and make you a Christmas enjoyer like your dear captain. I believe that, Starfury. I just know you're going to have a great Christmas, Starfury. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, I've been watching since we set off on this voyage, but I'm busy writing and recording for future videos. Well, good on you, Redoubt Productions. Keep that nose to the grindstone, young man. Skunk's Workshop says, hail the Master Gunner. That's right, Starfury is the Master Gunner on the ship. Fu Man Blue is the Master at Arms. Tom is the... What did we say Tom was? Remind me, Skunks. What is Tom on the Navigator? That's right, the Navigator. Hail, Tom. I know he's out there lurking, as is his custom. So we might be due to assign some new ranks on the ship. Technically, in the modern Navy, they would call it a rating. Anthony says, I am kidding, of course, Captain. I am not a Scrooge by any means. In fact, last year I even put up a Christmas tree, and it always cheered me up. I just didn't have time this year. No judgment. Everyone's entitled to like or dislike Christmas, but I'm going to bend your ear and convince you to like it. Because that's what I do. Roll tape, Mr. Producer. We are watching Grizzy.
You'll know what I mean if you go watch it. Anyway.
So this guy agrees with Rachel Zegler that the original Snow White is dated, needs to be remade for
modern audiences.
Because the original movie, the portrayal of Snow White and the love story was just plain
Weird. So we didn't do that this time.
Man. You'll know what I mean if you go watch it. Anyway.
What a piece of shit.
And then there's Gal Gadot.
That's so aggressive. What a piece of shit. Well, you're right. You're right. No, actually, no. What I would say is, listen, I have no issue with anyone liking something I don't like or disliking something I do like. Okay? And no harm, no foul. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but there is something I don't respect. Okay? There is something I don't respect. I don't respect someone who let me rephrase that. I don't respect the opinions of someone who has super duper low standards, okay? Someone who never finds anything to criticize in something like, I don't, the guy, but look at what this guy has in his background, right? He's got some excellent Spider-Man 1 art with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and the Willem Dafoe Green Goblin. He's got Deadpool back there. And that's actually basically it. And he's got Stranger Things hat. Okay, fine. But he has no taste. How can you be someone of taste and not find problems with this Snow White drivel? It's fine if you like something, but that I don't like, but I need to hear valid reason. I need to hear you explain to me what it is you like about it. And I need to have a sense of like what on the spectrum of things would displease you. The problem with the shill is that the bar is never too low for them. Ever.
Doe, however you say it. And I don't know. She's just not the best, in my opinion.
Wow, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Gal Gadot is the problem with the Snow White movie. Gal Gadot is the reason this movie's gonna bomb at the box office. Not Rachel Zegler, not the CGI, not the DEI. Gal Gadot is the problem. That is some serious Disney show cope right there.
I think it's going to be a very good movie. I see a lot of people talking shit about it.
Here we go.
I actually can't think of another movie that's had this level of hatred towards it before anyone's even seen the movie.
If you're not looking forward to it because Rachel Zegler and you've got some weird agenda against you, then truth be told, I don't want to hear that.
Well, sir, if that is indeed the case, if I were you, I definitely would not read the comment section of the official Snow White trailer. If I saw this movie on a plane, I would still walk out.
We saw that one earlier. That is the best comment. That's a really good comment.
Good one. People love to jump on a bandwagon. People love to moan about things.
You know, I mean, Rachel Zegler.
No, you little twerp. No, I don't. That's, oh my God, this is what, the gaslighting, man. I don't. I would just as soon that this trash didn't exist, sir, madam, or it, however you identify. I do not enjoy seeing Indiana Jones turned into a sad, failed father whose son went to Vietnam and got himself killed because he hates his father. Indiana Jones is a grave-robbing piece of shit. He hates him so much. And he has to follow around Phoebe Waller-Forehead instead of having one last adventure. Or how about Jake Skywalker, the AKA Luke Skywalker, being a sad, pathetic old man who does not train Rey to be a Jedi, but she becomes a stunning and brave, super-duper Jedi anyway. He wants to destroy the Jedi Order. He almost murdered his own nephew on a whim. How about Captain Jean-Luc Picard, who was literally the shining example in the Star Wars canon of an enlightened man, a man who would argue for goodness and optimism in the galaxy, being reduced to a sad old, just a sad old has-been, hobbling around while dark, despicable, nihilistic characters run around the galaxy murdering and decapitating and torturing people. No, you stupid shill. I'm not enjoying this. I am not enjoying watching every single thing I've ever loved be deconstructed by wackos like you. I would much rather that these things were written well and the lore was honored by talented, competent, creative people with vision. That is what I would like. That might be the biggest lie I've ever heard in one of these shill videos. Right there.
I would still walk out.
Good one. People love to jump on a bandwagon. People love to moan about things.
You know, I mean, Rachel Zegler, she's a great actor.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Had some controversial stuff in the past. We won't bring that up.
Oh, okay.
I kind of got to the point with these where I don't care. They're going to keep making them. People are going to keep watching them. And they're going to keep making money no matter how artistic or creative or lack thereof that these movies are. My question is, why do people seem to care so much about this one?
Because
no matter how...
What in the hell is this idiot saying? I'm trying to actually figure out what the hell point he's trying to make, but he's too damn incoherent. All right, one more time. Let's try this again, Shill.
Point with these where I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Got it. Uh-huh.
They're going to keep making them.
They're going to keep making them. I agree, unfortunately.
People are going to keep watching them.
Not really, but I see I know what you're trying to say.
And they're going to keep making money no matter how...
No, they're not. They're going to be a giant flop, but we'll put that aside.
How artistic or creative or lack
no
thereof.
No matter how artistic, creative, or lack thereof.
These movies are.
These movies are. So are you saying that they are creative and artistic, or are you saying that they lack creativity or artfulness? Are you saying that regardless of whether they're good or bad, they will continue to succeed, which they won't, and they're not? What the fuck is he saying?
My question is, why do people seem to care so much about this one?
Oh my God. This is the dumbest cope that they make. It's like, why do you care? Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, on his live stream. I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. The angriest man on the internet. He had someone in his own chat say, why do you care about the Harry Potter series? And they race swapped a character and like, why do you care so much about it? And he just screamed at the camera, and I loved it. He just said, because I care, because I love Harry Potter. I care. Screw you. You know what I mean? Why do we care? Why do we care, Shill? Why do we care? That's a good question. Why do we care? Well, number one, because we care. Fuck you. We care. Fuck you. That's why. Secondly, because it's not one film. It's not one Snow White film. You psychopaths are rotting our entire culture. Look at the trash, the absolute trash that Hollywood is producing. And I'm not just talking about a political agenda. I'm talking about bad writing, bad acting, terrible CGI, rehashes and remakes and requels and interequels. On and on and on it goes. Derivative. Boring. Gladiator 2 is a perfect example of this. It's pure drivel. A sequel to a movie that never needed a sequel. A sequel to a movie that's one of the best films of all time, succeeded by one of the worst films of all time. That's why we care, because you wackos... We literally have slop, drivel, the entertainment industry. Do you understand that Hollywood is dying as a model for entertainment? I talk to young people who don't even care about movies anymore. They don't watch them. The idea of sitting down to watch a self-contained story in the space of 2 hours is becoming foreign to the youngest generation, and I don't blame them. But interestingly enough, when you show them something from like 20 or 30 or 40 years ago that's good, it's like a revelation. It's kind of amazing to watch the way they react to things. For example, the Spider-Man 1 and 2 films with Tobey Maguire, the Sam Raimi films. They were re-released in theaters. Chris Gore reported that, like, the young people in the audience they went crazy. They went crazy for these movies. They've never seen anything like it. The romance, the adventure, the fun, the heroism, all of it. You know, I was playing for a young friend of mine. I was playing the trailer for Spider-Man 2, which I regard as maybe the greatest trailer ever made. Maybe the greatest trailer ever made. It's an absolutely perfect trailer. Even at the time it came out, I watched it about 1,000 times. I made all my family and friends watch it, and they hated me for it. But I made them watch it anyway. I've never been so excited for a film, like, ever. Like, ever. And I'm playing this trailer for him. I said, look at all the drama in this trailer. But it's not half of all existence is at stake. It's not the multiverses are going to die. It's not, oh, the whole world's going to get blown up. It's literally just this dramatic tale of a man wrestling with his destiny. His friend feeling like his alter ego Spider-Man killed his father and betrayed him. The struggle to stop Doc Ock from blowing up the city. Like that's all it is. And it's one of the most dramatic, exciting trailers of all time. We don't get that anymore. Because what we get is a bunch of wacko activist lunacy and propaganda. We need kindness and fairness. Kindness and fairness. Entertainment is dying because of this mindset. That's why we care, sir, madam, or it. That's why we care. And by the way, more importantly than any other reason for caring, we care. That's valid. Go fuck yourself.
Because the lead actress, Rachel Zegler, is a gigantic cunt.
Also true.
Hit the thumbs up button if you agree.
Already hit it.
I think half the people that are tweeting about this movie and about Rachel Zegler's casting, I'm telling you now, these people don't care. They don't. So why are they kicking up such a fuss about this movie?
Because this movie has been swimming in controversy since the moment it was announced. The lead actress is one of the stupidest people on this planet. Disney themselves are having their own problems. And both trailers have been completely rejected by the fans. And it's so bad that even Chlamydia Burns' Grace Randolph admits that this movie is dead on arrival.
I gotta say, I think I see a giant tax write-off here.
Hey!
I don't even know.
Credit where it's due. Credit where it's due. Grace got one right.
If I would release it. I don't think it's worth the headache. I don't think it's worth the embarrassment.
I can't believe it. Breaking news, Grace Randolph has one functioning brain cell. Unbelievable. All right, everyone, please make sure you...
Excellent work as usual, Grizzy. A man, a gentleman, a scholar is Grizzy. Mr. Producer, let the audience be heard. Why do you care? Why do you care? Well, I'll tell you why I personally care. I want good storytelling. I believe in standards. I believe that the pursuit in why do we pursue art? Well, I believe we pursue it because it's difficult. It's difficult to create something that transports people, that delights them, that moves them deeply. That requires authenticity, that requires verisimilitude, that requires originality. It is the pursuit of beauty. It's the pursuit of something perfect, the unattainable. When Beethoven was composing his Fifth Symphony, his Ninth Symphony, he didn't know that those were going to be the ones, because he had a first and a second and a third and a fourth symphony that were all pretty brilliant. But how could he have predicted that his Ninth Symphony would be the symphony? He couldn't. That's the point. That's the work. He could only pursue it and hope for the best. And to do that, you must by definition identify that there is an undesirable expression of art, that being a art piece that is failing in some metric of quality or many. Why do I care? Well, because I care about that pursuit. I want to see that pursuit realized. And to simply hand wave this drivel that Disney serves up with all their billions. Let me explain something to you, Shill. Disney is a corrupt, morally bankrupt, disgusting company. They don't care about art. They don't care about doing good in the world. If China wants them to cover up the face of a black man to sell their movie, they don't bat an eye. They don't care. If they need to include a concentration camp from China that is part of a system of religious oppression in that country, if they need to include that in the thank yous and their credits, they'll damn well do it. Because what they care about is making money. If they have no problem with Rachel Zegler and Pedro Pascal saying vicious, hateful, evil things to one side of the political aisle, but then are perfectly happy to fire Gina Carano for making political statements on the other side, they don't mind ignoring the hypocrisy in that. They don't care. A woman lost her life at a restaurant owned by Disney that claimed to be an allergy-free restaurant. This woman had allergies. She ate at the restaurant. She died. And when the man tried to sue Disney for her death, they cited an arcane, obscure line in their Disney Plus terms of service to disqualify him from suing them, and attempted to force him into arbitration with an arbitrator of their choice. They're that cynical. They're a vile, disgusting, bloated, ossified corporate machine that exists for only one purpose, which is to destroy the miracle of humanity in the quest, the never-ending quest to simply produce content. Content for the algorithm wood chipper. And you ask me, why do I care? Let me get this clip. I'm going to risk it. I'm just going to have to risk it, okay? Let's see. I think I have it. Yeah, here. I found it. Here we go. Okay. I may have to jump around in this, but if you don't know, okay. This is the opening scene to a legal thriller, which is called Michael Clayton. And it is about a law firm which is just one of the evilest law firms. Like, they basically defend all the worst companies. You know, if there's a toxic spill that gave a bunch of people cancer, this is the law firm that will defend that corporation. They destroy people. And basically there's a whistleblower played by the great Tom Wilkinson, this is what creates, this is the inciting problem of the film, is there is a whistleblower who's one of the partners of the firm who's trying to expose their corruption. Okay. And this speech encapsulates what I think about when I think about Disney. Am I sharing screen, Mr. Producer? Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking. Well, why do I have to do everything? That it's an unpaid internship. Why? How is it hard to understand sweat equity? I don't understand why that's so difficult.
Michael. Dear Michael. Of course it's you. Who else could they send? Who else could be trusted? And I know it's a long way and you're ready to go to work. All I'm saying is wait. Just wait. Just please hear me out, because this is not an episode. Relapse. Fuck up. I'm begging you, Michael. I'm begging you. Try and make believe this is not just madness, because this is not just madness. 2 weeks ago, I came out of the building, okay? I'm running across 6th Avenue. There's a car waiting. I got exactly 38 minutes to get to the airport, and I'm dictating. There's this panicked associate sprinting along beside me, scribbling in a notepad, and suddenly she starts screaming. And I realize we're standing in the middle of the street, the lights change, and there's this wall of traffic, serious traffic speeding towards us. And I freeze. I can't move. And I'm...
Dude, it's the opening. I remember I wasn't like going out of my way to see this movie. This is back in the days of Blockbuster Video, okay? Blockbuster Video, which was a wonderful era in media. It just was, because you could go to the video store and it was like an event. There's a great documentary called The Last Blockbuster. Please watch it. It's so awesome. And it just, dude, video night, man, arguing about what movie we were going to rent and having to sort of bargain with your family members. Like, okay, if you can get that movie, I can get this movie, and we'll get both of them. And tonight we'll watch yours, and tomorrow we watch mine. Deal? Like, that was such a fun experience, and I miss it. I miss it terribly. Now, everybody, we just stream things. I call it the streaming video slot machine. Anyway, but, you know, when you ran out of things that you were interested in watching and you're just browsing the videos in Blockbuster, you might take a chance on something that just looks maybe a little interesting and I don't know what else to get, so I'll just get this. This is one of those things, okay? This is one of those movies. I like legal drama, so I thought, you know what? We'll see. I'll rent this movie and see what it's like. I put this in. This is the opening scene, and I was absolutely glued. I was just like, wow. Glued.
Suddenly consumed with the overwhelming sensation that I'm covered with some sort of film. And it's in my hair, my face, and it's like a glaze, like a coating. And at first I thought, oh my God, I know what this is. This is some sort of amniotic embryonic fluid. I'm drenched in afterbirth. I've breached the chrysalis. I've been reborn. But then, the traffic, the stampede, the cars, the trucks, the horse, boom, is screaming, and I'm thinking, no, reset. This is not rebirth. This is some kind of giddy illusion of renewal that happens in the final moment before death. And then I realized, no, this is completely wrong, because I look back at the building, and I had the most stunning moment of clarity. I realized, Michael, that I had emerged, not through the doors of Kenner, Bach, and Lodine, not through the portals of our vast and powerful law firm, but from the asshole of an organism whose sole function is to excrete the poison, the ammo, the defoliant necessary for other, larger, more powerful organisms to destroy the miracle of humanity. And that I had been coded in this patina of shit for the best part of my life. The stench of it and the stain of it would in all likelihood take the rest of my life to undo. And you know what I did? I took a deep cleansing breath and I set that notion aside. I tabled it. I said to myself, as clear as this may be, as potent a feeling as this is, as true a thing as I believe that I have witnessed today, it must wait. It must stand the test of time. And Michael, the time is now.
Now, is that an opening, or is that an opening right there? Holy shit. The late, great Tom Wilkinson. Such an actor, man. Such a fine actor. That's what I think of Disney, Shill, and that's why I care, because they are an organism which exists to excrete the defoliant, the poison that destroys the miracle of humanity. Does that answer your question, Shell? Tell me what you really think, Captain. That's right. Snow White has not emerged from the film sets of a vaunted studio of stage and screen. No, it has been excreted from the asshole of an organism which exists to destroy the miracle of humanity. Yeah, that's basically what I think about Snow White. What do you think, chat? Agree, Anthony. The great Tom Wilkinson. No, Star Fury, that is ridiculous. Star Fury says, sorry, the producer is busy making dinner. Now, Star Fury, my producer does not make dinner for me, and my dear mother does not make dinner for me anymore. Star Fury says, you better have rewound that videotape or pay the fee. No, that's even earlier. It was, I would say about the time I hit junior high school, they switched over to DVD. And I remember being angry about it. I was like, no, VHSs are good. So DVDs, but then I realized that DVDs, you don't have to rewind. And I liked that. I liked that a lot about DVDs. And then Blu-rays started showing up. And I was like, Blu-rays? How dare these Blu-rays replace DVDs? And now it's like my kingdom for a DVD. My kingdom for a Blu-ray. Star Fury says, oh my God, the talk of Blockbuster makes me want those bags of Butter Kiss popcorn and Skittle you always bought with the videotape you rented. I know. I remember renting video games. I remember renting N64 video games you could rent. All right. Anthony says, I'm out, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, Anthony. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Anthony! And there he goes. We should probably talk Skeleton Crew. Before we do, I want to do an unboxing. Hang on a second. Mr. Producer, can you find it? Do I have it? I don't have it. Oh, it's the BRB screen. I don't have a BRB. Do I have a BRB screen? Oh, I do. I do. Hang on. Here it is. I think this will work. Yes. And we are back. Mr. Producer, if you would. All right, cool. And then we'll lose the moving background there. Yeah, there we go. There it is. All right, we have some unboxing to do. My dear Sailors and Starnuts, I have two. The postman came. Look what came in the post for the captain. Godzilla -1 Collector's Edition, Japanese edition. I want to learn Japanese just for this. Okay, so that's the first one. And a bunch of goodies from Rippaverse Comics. Hail the Iron Age. So which should we unbox first? Let's do Rippaverse. I've been waiting on Rippaverse. I literally have been saving this for you, my dear chat, because I forgot a couple weeks ago, and then I skipped last week. So I've been sitting here. I've been sitting on goodies because I wanted to share the unboxing with you. All right, what do we got? I ordered all the stuff I hadn't gotten yet, so I just did a clean sweep. So it's pretty nice how they box it really well over there at Rippaverse. So we can discard that. Okay, here it is. Here's the comics. All right. All right. Mr. Producer, if you would take this away. Take this away. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You dropped it. There we go. All right, we have 4 comic books. 4 comic books. Are you ready? In no particular order. Comic book number 1. The Horseman. This, I think, is the most exciting new character in the Rippaverse. That's the Horseman right there. Just rad. That's a great cover, too. It was hard to pick between the covers because all of them are pretty awesome. This is the cover I picked, though. Because I'm like, yeah, that's the best cover right there. All right, very excited for the Horseman. Next up, these are, I picked one cover that was my favorite for all of them. This is the one I picked for Alpha Core. It's pretty rad. You know, the artwork, the one thing that Rippaverse has never had a problem with is the artwork. The artwork has been excellent from the jump. I'm taking this out of its protective covering. Look at that. Amazing use of color. Dude, I love these. These give me the memories of like reading Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man. Beautiful. All right, cool. I'm excited for that one. Horseman's going to be awesome. All right, here we go. What else do we have? Now, this one I'm curious about. Good Ying. Good Ying, the polymath. So definitely going to be more of like a Reed Richards kind of character is what I'm sensing. So we'll check that out. And last but certainly not least, Yaira. There it is. Make babes hot again. Beautiful. I'm very excited. I have not read any of these. I've been behind the times. I really have. So I ordered them all. Clean sweep. So excellent packaging. Very excited. Which one should I read first, chat? Right now. No, I'm not going to. Not right now. Dude, that's beautiful. By the Soska sisters, of course. All we nerds, we just hate women. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, cool. So I got my homework set out for me. The Horseman, though. There's something about that character. It's like the Punisher is kind of what I'm getting. Punisher vibes. Going to be very cool. Now for the next unboxing. I've been waiting a long time for this one, chat. Skunks, did you miss it? Don't worry, you can catch it on the rescreen. Skunks was answering the call of nature. Here it is. Godzilla! Godzilla -1. Godzilla -E1. So, but look at that beautiful, look at that adorable face. Starfury, why'd you ever change your avatar off of Godzilla? Starfury, what's your new avatar, Starfury? It's a Warhammer. It's a Warhammer avatar. I respect it. Garrus Vicarian was a pretty good avatar. But probably the big green lizard was your best avatar, I have to say. That's my favorite. All right, we are... okay, this... When I was a kid, okay, I was like 4th grade, okay. I basically lost a friendship over this. I can't believe... Okay. It was the era of the Super NES. That would be the Super Nintendo Entertainment System for the layman. And a friend of mine, this is 4th grade, back when the captain was just a tender green ensign, didn't know a halyard from a lanyard, had a lot to learn. And a friend of mine had just gotten, what was it? The Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past. And it was for his birthday. He had not yet opened the plastic covering on the Super Nintendo cartridge box, because it came in the box in those days, and you had this plastic covering over it, right? Well, they were distracted playing another video game, and he had already opened his present, but he hadn't taken the plastic off. I started taking the plastic off of his game. And it was a terrible thing to do. And he was so mad. Oh, he was so mad. He went and hid under the table for like half of the day because he was so mad at me. And I had to apologize, and I just had to grovel. It took a while to de-escalate that one. And he was right. You know, you don't take the plastic off a man's Super Nintendo cartridge. You just don't do a thing like that. I mean, there's a lot I cannot remember from when I was in 4th grade, but I remember that. I remember that. It's like that was a mistake I never made again. So now, but if you were here, Skunks, or you, Staffhide, or you, Fu Man Blue, I would let you take the plastic off of this. I would let you do that. If you did it without asking, it would be the end of our friendship. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, even if you did it without asking, I wouldn't care, because it would make you happy. All right, here we go. Taking the plastic off. There it is. All right, now, this is the collector's edition box set. I have seen this film 4 times in theaters, and it's not enough. It's just not enough. Okay, so here it is. Wow, that is gorgeous. This is going up on the shelf in the background one of these days. Okay, and then in the case, we have some goodies. Oh, look at that. That's our boy. That's our boy. I love it at the end of the film when Godzilla dies and they're saluting. Spoilers for Godzilla. And they're saluting him because it's like even though he destroyed Tokyo, he's a worthy enemy. And they respect it. They respect it. So there's this book that comes with it. What's in the book? What's in the book? Oh, dang it. It's all in Japanese. I can't read it. Well, it's because the collector's edition in English, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. So I was like, screw it. I'll take the Japanese version. I'm going to learn Japanese just so I can read this. But there is some beautiful artwork in here. Look, there we go. There's Noriko on the train. One of the things about Godzilla -1 that's just one of my favorite things about the film, it's a gorgeous film. It's just so beautiful. Like these shots from the film are iconic. And I'm so mad that I convinced my dear normie mother to watch the English dub version because it was absolutely garbage. It was absolute trash. The English version, English dub, watch it in the original Klingon. I mean, the original Japanese, as it was meant to be experienced. Dude, Godzilla -1. Godzilla -1 minus color. Wow. It's iconic, this film. Now, that's the art book that comes with it, okay? Safely back in the box. No! Oh, jeez! Mr. Producer, you can't let me drop it like that. Now, what else we have? We have some beautiful pamphlets in here. Look at that. Gorgeous Japanese calligraphy. So yeah, there's a problem. Oh, yes, this is the secret plan. What was it called? Operation Waratsumi, the operation to destroy Godzilla. This is like this top secret plan in the original Klingon. I mean, the original Japanese. Look at that. Oh, yes, I love it. Operation Waratsumi. All right, back in the box. All right, now here is the Blu-ray DVD set. It includes Godzilla -1 and Godzilla -1 minus color. And a behind-the-scenes featurette, again, all in Japanese, so I will not understand anything that they are saying. And I don't care. I just had to own this. I had to own this. If I didn't own this, I would have failed. So there you go. Godzilla -1 minus color collector box set. I'm very happy. One of my top 10 favorite films of all time. And it's not even hard to call it, quite frankly. It's just one of those films. There's only, I can count them on one hand, the films that speak to me on a level that just no other film does. This is just one of those movies. On the captain's shelf. I'm so happy. Star Fury, you gotta make that. That's gotta be your avatar. All right, there we go. A couple advertisements in here. Okay, so that is the unboxing, Rippaverse and Godzilla -1. Why do I care, Shill, about Snow White? Because, look, Shill. Snow White with Rachel Zegler, crap. Gojira -1, quality. That's the difference, Shill. I know you can't understand, Shill. I know you can't. You suffer from a terrible disease. It's terrible. It's crippling. They suffer, folks. They suffer. You should pity the Shill. We must help them. And laugh at them. Because it is a means of providing compassionate, constructive feedback. I got to see if I can get the English version as well. If I can snag that, I will, but that's my insurance policy in case I can't. What's that, Staffede? You probably... Why can't I find... Oh, yes, you were saying it's Captain Titus from Space Marine. Oh, okay, good. I have not played Space Marine. Star Fury. I have not played that game. Thank you for clarifying. It's Captain Titus. Well, I mean, that's not a bad pick. I don't think you're ever going to do better than Garrus Vakarian. Let's just be honest. Just being honest. You're never going to do better. Garrus Vakarian is just simply the most alpha Chad of all alpha Chads in the galaxy. He just is. Did you play Star Fury, the Citadel DLC in Mass Effect 3? Because it's fantastic. I love this. It's my favorite DLC in Mass Effect. So, like, when you're fighting your evil Shepard clone, if you bring Garrus Vakarian with you on the mission to break into the Citadel library and you confront your clone, the clone will make a comment about the two allies you brought with you. And there's a different comment for each one. And Garrus has one of my favorites, which is Garrus mouths off to the clone, and the clone says, "Oh, like you, Garrus Vakarian, you're just a burnt-out cop," or something like that. It's fantastic. I love it. Maybe I can find it. Where is it? Mass Effect Citadel DLC. I actually can't think of how I would find this. I don't think I can. I don't know how I could find this. I really don't. But anyway, so we'll move on then. We'll move on. It's at some time. I am good I am good at getting like first hit search results, nailing it. But every once in a while, I'm like, I don't know how I would even phrase this to locate it. So, there we go. Starfury says, of course the Citadel DLC is the best DLC in the history of all DLC. I mean, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a DLC that's... My second favorite DLC is Arrival. Arrival was fantastic. I love Arrival. That is one of the greatest... That was the greatest DLC until the Citadel DLC. I love the Omega DLC in Mass Effect 3, by the way. When you go with Arya to take back Omega from the... I love that one. The first time I played it, I was like, this thing never ends. It just keeps going and going and going, and I loved it. I just loved it. Mass Effect. We hardly knew ye. Mr. Producer, what else was... Oh, yes, I suppose we best get this out of the way. Skeleton Crew. Let's talk about Skeleton Crew, okay? Here's the problem with what everyone is saying about Skeleton Crew. It's for kids. It's not the greatest. It's not the worst. But as a kid show, it kind of works. And I think that argument is bull. I think it's bull. Because I watched this show. I've watched both of the episodes that have released so far. And I've got to tell you, it's extraordinarily boring. And I am a giant fan of Stranger Things. All 4 seasons. I love Stranger Things. It's a great show. And 5 of the protagonists are kids throughout the whole show. Now, they're basically 37 years old, but that's neither here nor there. When it began, they were kids, right? And yes, there's a lot of annoying kids screaming at the top of their lungs in that show, and that does bug me a little, because I'm like, sometimes I literally do skip the parts where the kids are yelling at each other. I'm like, oh, God. Jeez, they're so shrill. But, for the most part, I love it. This show, Skeleton Crew, it strikes me as being a lot like most things we get these days. Honestly, it's very similar to me to a Ghostbusters Frozen Empire or a Ghostbusters Afterlife. In that, but not, it's not even as good as those, in my view. It is an assemblage of cliche, hackneyed, which mean the same thing, but I just wanted to say both because I like both words. Cliched, hackneyed tropes. I have to tell you, I think the setup to the story is extraordinarily low effort. Low effort. Remember when we were watching the trailer, you and I, my dear sailors and starnuts, and we were talking about how the trailer's hook just didn't seem that exciting, right? It was like, what's the hook for this story? Well, the inciting incident in the first episode, which takes about a millennia to arrive, a millennium would be the singular of millennia. Star Fury says, my review of Skeleton Crew, blah. Well, yeah, exactly, Star Fury. I'm going to get into the details of the blah, though. So here's the setup to the story. We talk about the inciting incident on the Swords and Starships channel. The inciting incident for the Penguin, for example, arrives in the first scene. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. The inciting incident is in the first scene, which is the Penguin shoots the son of Falcone, which sets in motion all the events of the story. And it's a great inciting incident. Now, the inciting incident does not have to occur in the first scene. It can occur in other scenes. That's totally fine. But in the case of Skeleton Crew, it arrives very late in the first episode, and the first scene is totally irrelevant. Irrelevant to the events of the first episode. So the first scene is just a big bloated action scene of pirates attacking a freighter, and it takes place shortly after the fall of the Empire. That's basically the setup to the story. You know what's interesting about Disney Star Wars and Disney Marvel? They try and get mystery in the story from things that are only mysterious if you just don't tell the audience what they need to know. So In other words, they get mystery out of things that aren't that interesting to have mysteries around. So let me explain what I mean. The show opens with, after the fall of the Empire, piracy is running rampant in the New Republic. The New Republic tries to stop the piracy, but there just aren't enough people to stop it, right? And then they show this big bloated action scene of a pirate crew invading a ship. They don't find the treasure, and the captain gets mutinied, and we don't know who any of these characters are. We don't have any reason to care. It's just there to be an action scene. And I despise this. I despise this as an opening scene. I really do. I would rather it be, why not have the opening pirate attack be relevant to the main? Why not have it be this? We are witnessing the event that killed the mother of the main character. And we learn this in the very next scene. Like, the kid's mother was killed in this pirate attack. That would give us a connection to the rest of the story. I think that would make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem I have with it. It doesn't have any real connection to the main character's story. Whereas if you take the opening to Stranger Things and there's a scientist fleeing from a monster, that does have relevance because it's the hook for what's about to happen in the very next part of the show, which is Will Byers is going to be abducted by the same creature that the scientist is running from. Neutron Pack says, one thing that bothers me about Skeleton Crew is, why is the main kid not scared when they are out in space? He looks like he's 5. This would be better if they're teenagers. Well, I totally agree. I think the kids are too young in this show. But again, that's so that they can say that this is for kids, and you don't have to worry about it being quality because it's for kids. Well, forgive me, but I respect children more than Disney does. It's just a fact. So they deserve a better class of storytelling. And I'm going to give them one. Not really. I'm not writing kids' stories. I'll leave that to Drunk 3PO. But in any case, where was I? That pirates invading, disconnected, doesn't really have anything to do with the story. So, oh yeah, yes. Mysteries that don't need to be mysteries. This is the perfect example. So we arrive on the planet, which is Concrete Planet. We now have a new planet. There's Green Planet, there's Desert Planet, there's Coruscant, and there's Concrete Planet, where everything is concrete. And looks like a vaguely quasi-80s movie suburban neighborhood made of concrete. Because in Star Wars, everything is concrete. And so on Concrete Planet, we spend way too much time with these kids. They're at school. They're fantasizing about being Jedi. They're racing speeders and all the and oh my God, the girl, of course, the most dominant personality among these 4 kids is the girl. Like, she is an absolute girl boss. She bosses the boys around. She tells them how stupid they are, and they are. They're stupid. They are stupid. And she bosses them around, and she's got all the best ideas. She's like super hot shit. She's of course a genius when it comes to repairing and modifying speeders, because of course she is. It just is, of course. But the problem I have with her is not that she's a dominant personality per se. I hate this. I hate this with all child actors. When child actors are acting like adults, and by the way, this is not the problem of the actor. This is the writing. The character is written to speak in a way that only an adult or at least a teenager would speak. You know, like, children don't talk this way. And so when they do, it's that uncanny valley of, like, it's very cringe. It's very cringe. She speaks like an adult character, and that's what bothers me. So, but the rest of the characters, the rest of the child characters speak like really immature children, which is it clashes. It's really bad. Staviat says, all Disney does is groom children. So why care about the quality of the story as long as you can superficially draw them into your white pen? Oh, geez, Staviat. Oh, jeez. I should have read that. before I read that. You know what I'm saying? You said it, Starfury. I didn't say that. In any case, that's our sweet prince across the pond. Where was I? Yeah, so much of the episode is consumed with the melodrama of these kids and establishing their lives. The dialogue is very bland. It's very vanilla. It's very obvious and on the nose. So I really despise the dialogue. I despise the storytelling. It's not very interesting. It's not very original. And they sort of won't answer the question in the first episode of what is this planet? Where is this planet? Why is this planet? Like, I don't get a sense, and it's by design because they are withholding the secret of what this planet is. It's this long lost treasure trove is basically this planet. I don't think that's actually very interesting to leave that in mystery. I think it would be more interesting if you simply revealed to the audience right up front that the pirates are looking for this mythical planet, and then first scene could establish that they're looking for this mythical planet, and we know as the audience that this is the mythical planet, even if the characters don't. And presumably it's implied that it's protected by some kind of shield that either cloaks it or protects it from attack. So anyway, the inciting incident of the show is that the kid, the main kid number one, stumbles on a buried spaceship on his planet. Now, how does he stumble upon it? Well, because he's late for class, he takes a shortcut through the woods and he literally crashes into it. The kids then find a way into the ship, accidentally activate it, and fly into space and get lost. Okay, now that sets up the story. I've got to tell you, I find this incredibly boring. Like, incredibly boring. Oh, look, it's a buried ship. I found it. I stumbled into it. I found a buried ship. Oh, great. That's literally the best you could come up with. There is a buried ship on the planet. The kid finds it by accident. Why not have it be something similar, something along the lines of the ship? The opening scene is this pirate is fleeing his crew that have mutinied. He accidentally stumbles through this cloaking barrier, doesn't even know how he got there. Oh my God, there's a planet in front of me. He crashes, and then we cut to the kid seeing something falling from the sky, and he's the only one that saw it. Right? That would be an inciting incident that is connected to the opening scene of the show. He tries to tell people he saw this thing crash and nobody believes him. He tries looking for the crash, but, you know, his dad's always telling him, you can't stay out after dark. And he's telling him not to, right? Which is, you know, Stranger Things kind of does this with the disappearance of Will Byers. All of the adults are incapable of understanding that something supernatural has happened. And they are pursuing the mystery the way adults would pursue it, which is they're simply looking for the obvious real-world reasons why Will could be missing. Whereas the friends of Will, they have imagination. They're treating this like it's a Dungeons & Dragons adventure. They're getting on their bikes and they're looking for him. Of course, they have no hope of finding him. But they don't know that because they're kids and they live in a world of wonder and imagination. But it turns out that because Will was abducted by a creature from an alternate dimension, it turns out that only his friends could have had the open-mindedness to actually be on the right track in finding him. Ergo, they are trying to rescue him from the Demogorgon, as they term the creature. That really is the genius and the magic of Stranger Things, is the adults are rational and have the actual wherewithal to save Will, whereas the children have the imagination and the open-mindedness to envision what's actually happening to him. And it's those two worldviews that have to come together by the end of the season to make Will's survival possible. It's a miraculously brilliant piece of storytelling. I absolutely love it. And every season of Stranger Things roughly follows that model. more or less. But notice how, in the case of Stranger Things, the kids going on the adventure is directly tied to the inciting incident of the story, which is that a creature from another dimension, they don't know this yet, has abducted their friend. All they know is they got to find their friend. In Skeleton Crew, something similar could work for the story, which is that the kid sees this thing crash. Nobody believes him. He sneaks out at night to go find it, which gets him involved in a bunch of problems, and then eventually he finds it, and then see how the dominoes start to fall, and they fall in a way that's kind of plausible. Meanwhile, this pirate needs to get off this planet. In other words, what I'm asking for is for the story to be believable. The fact that a magical ship is just there, and the kid just finds it, and then the kid just punches a button and it just flies into space on its own, and then they just wind up in hyperspace and, oh no, we're lost. That's just literally the laziest, lowest common denominator way to get at this. It's literally what you write if you just don't care. As a writer, it's what you write if you just don't care what the reason is. You just want them to be in space. I want them to be on a ship in space. So I don't care. Just get them in space. That's what this show feels like to me. Get them a ship. He found it. Get them in space. He pushed a button and they went into space. Get them lost. Oh, he pushed another button and they got lost. By the way, it's the idiot. It's the kid that's the idiot boy. He's the screw up that causes all these problems. And of course, the stunning and brave girl boss character, she tells him not to touch anything, so he touches things and gets them lost. She browbeats him. It's like Peter Pan and Wendy all over again. She browbeats him for how stupid he is, for what a stupid boy he is, for getting him lost. She's the one that's able to talk the robot into being their crew member. I mean, it's awful. She's totally this girl boss. And the boys are dumb and retarded, and they make every stupid mistake. Now listen, am I saying that I'm objecting to the girl being smart? Of course not. Of course not. I like the character of Max in Stranger Things. That would be Maxine. I like the character of Eleven in Stranger Things. I like those characters. But my problem is that first of all, the dialogue is just boring, but nothing that's happening is actually flowing from character personality traits. It's literally just plot contrivance and convenience so that we don't have to think about it too much, so that we can just have them out there in space. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't find that interesting. If you're enjoying the show, fine. But why are you? I don't understand this argument that because it's supposedly a kid's show, that somehow I should let it slide for being lazy writing. This show is it as offensive as The Acolyte? Well, not yet, but time will tell. Is it as dumb as Ahsoka, as boring as Ahsoka? Well, no, not yet. Time will tell. But it's pretty dumb and pretty boring. It's not a particularly interesting child adventure. I think the film Hook is much better. I think that there's a lot better films from the 80s along these lines. The Goonies is Shakespeare compared to this. So it's honest to God, it's like every other Disney product is kind of the same thing. It's assembled from cliches. That's basically what it is. Everything that happens in the show is a cliche. Oh no, I'm late for class. Oh no, I didn't study hard enough and failed my test. Oh no, my dad disapproves of me failing my test and I'm in detention. Okay, fine. I've seen this 1,000 times. There's nothing particularly interesting about this. I stand by my original suggestion of how you open the show. The pirates invade this planet and slaughter, just slaughter their family. And they wind up as slaves. And they have to escape. And these pirates are frightening. Scary. Oh, they don't walk around with a fucking robot with a peg leg. Okay? A robot with a peg leg. Who talks in a pirate accent? Oh, come on. He's like, oi, where, you're not me captain. Who's me? Are you me captain? Why does Disney think that children are stupid and deserve to be treated like they're stupid? Now, I understand that kids may watch this show and enjoy it because they don't know any better. That's why adults have the responsibility to create better stories for them, because they don't know any better. If you put this slop in front of a kid and that's all that he knows, he's going to like it, because what other choice does he have? Although, I don't think I would have liked this. I don't think young Ensign Garrett would have liked this at all. I was very discerning. I was very much a young ensign with taste back in those days. I seriously preferred. I didn't like child heroes. I didn't. There were exceptions, but for the most part, I thought it was dumb when kids were like superheroes, because kids can't be superheroes because they're kids. They can't. I'm not saying I didn't fantasize about being a child superhero when I was a child, but like, I liked the Ghostbusters. I liked MacGyver. I liked He-Man. Those are all characters who are adults. You see what I'm saying? And the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which from my perspective as a kid, they were adults to me. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But Splinter, I liked Splinter. Splinter was an adult. A guardian, if you will, of his 4 teenage turtles. I looked up to Splinter. I admired Splinter. I felt like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles should listen to Splinter. I liked Spider-Man. Spider-Man is an adult. I liked Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben was a wise father figure. So when I was a kid, I really didn't actually gravitate towards the stories about kids being the hero. I didn't. It's not that I didn't think that kids couldn't be part of the story. That wasn't what is interesting to me. I like Egon. I like Egon because Egon Spengler is smart. Egon Spengler invented the proton pack. That's awesome. That's what I liked as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Why does Disney think that kids are stupid and deserve slop? Now, it might be a bit too much to have it be that the pirates slaughtered their family and all that. I mean, I think they could handle it. But that might be a bit overboard. If I were to dial that back, I just think it would be better if there should be danger. Why not do pirates in the Star Wars universe? Not Pirates of the Caribbean in the Star Wars universe. No! Literally, what would a pirate look like in the Star Wars universe? I'm serious about this. In the and before you tell me, oh, Captain, it's just supposed to be for kids. In The Mandalorian Season 3, what did I tell you about? The houseplant pirate with a freaking wheel on his spaceship. And he acted like Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. That is so many kinds of lame. I can't even just because why? Because George should have never sold this. He should never have sold this to Disney. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Pirates have peg legs and parrots. And if pirates are in Star Wars, then the pirates must also have peg legs and parrots, even if they're droids. The pirates must seem like pirates, and everyone knows that that's what pirates are. No! No, Disney! Why don't you show me what a pirate is in the Star Wars universe? In the Star Wars universe! What would that look like? That's not what they're doing. They're showing us what Pirates of the Caribbean would be if you shoehorned Pirates of the Caribbean into Star Wars. Skeleton Crew is trash. It's an embarrassment. Like every other Lucasfilm Star Wars project with the slight exception of Andor, it is absolute embarrassing trash and drivel. I would never I would be appalled if a child of mine was watching this show and thought it was good. I'd lock them in a closet. No, I would. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I'd be appalled. I'd be appalled. I would be appalled. Because this is drivel. Drivel. There's no sense of actual danger with these pirates. Someone in the chat, who was it that said this? Where was it? Maybe it was Anthony Timmons, I think, saying like, if any of the, like the kid acts like he's not afraid of the pirates, especially the girl boss. She's not afraid of the pirates. Oh, Star Fury's talking about Mass Effect Arrival. It's too fucking depressing. No, I know, but it's so good. It's so good, Star Fury. Oh, it's great. It's such a great bridge from Mass Effect 2 to Mass Effect 3. But I digress. We're talking Skeleton Crew. Here it is. Yes, it was Neutron Pack. Neutron Pack was saying, one thing that bothers me about Skeleton Crew is why is the main kid not scared when they're out in space? He looks like he's 5. This would be better if they're teenagers. Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at. Like, why is there no sense of actual danger in this show? And that's my real problem with it. It's a half measure. I feel like these pirates should be nothing like Pirates of the Caribbean. These pirates should not be fun. Because the reality is that the actual Pirates of the Caribbean were not fun either. Some of them had a code that they lived by. That is true. Some of them were vicious, murdering psychopaths. And they would do bad things to you if they caught you. So the reality is that piracy is a phenomenon, a maritime phenomenon in which criminals, bandits, if you will, attack and rob innocent travelers and traders. They do so violently. What is it about pirates anyway? You know what it is? If you portray like train robbers, if you portray bandits, if you portray like roving gangs in Mad Max, they're all portrayed as terrible. You don't want to be caught by them. It's bad news if you are. For whatever reason, pirates are the one form of bandit that is always portrayed with this bizarre, romanticized, fun, exciting, like, oh, aren't they so cool? And it's like, why is that? I can only surmise it's because people think they associate it with the sort of freedom of having your own ship, going anywhere you want. They associate it with that. And there's some truth to that. But the reality is they are armed robbers. That's what they are. Nobody ever thinks of like a convenience store robber this way. It's the convenience store robber's life for me. I'm gonna go into a convenience store and stick a gun in a poor guy's face who makes minimum wage, maybe shoot him in the face, and steal $20 from the register. Whoa, what a romantic existence that is. Oh, how fun and exciting it would be to get caught up in that. No, it isn't. Nobody thinks that. Pirates are scum. Pirates are scumbag, villainous cartels that murder people, enslave people. Dude, Mass Effect gets this right. I will tell you, Mass Effect gets this so right. There are gangs of corrupt mercenaries that do horrific things to people in the Mass Effect galaxy. Now, your character, typically you don't witness like directly, like some of it you do and but a lot of it's just like in notes you read, in backstory that you read in game. You find out that like there's mercenaries that were hired to protect a shipment, but then they find out the shipment is a valuable artifact. And so they just murder the entire crew and their family and steal the artifact for themselves. And you as Shepard come along and discover the aftermath of this crime. That's brilliant because it portrays the fact that like these are scumbags preying on innocent people. It's not fun. Like you do not want Batarian slavers in Mass Effect to get a hold of you. You do not want that. They will stick a chip in your skull and treat you like a branded animal for the rest of your life. Your life will be hell. That's what piracy is in the Mass Effect universe. I would be interested to see actual piracy portrayed in the Star Wars universe. That would interest me. And if you're thinking, well, but this is just meant to be, even if you did that, Captain, this is still just meant to be a story for kids, then leave pirates out of it. Because if you don't have the stomach for having a story about real world danger, then I think that first of all, you think that children are stupid and deserve to be served slop that is meaningless and vapid. That might be a tad harsh. I don't mean to personalize that. But what I'm saying, one of the films I remember watching, and I'm pretty sure it's a Disney film of all things, but it is a live action film adaptation of the novel The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. And there is some scary, terrible stuff that Huck Finn escapes in that story. He escapes an abusive uncle. He literally has to escape an abusive uncle, and then he's on this trip down this raft down the Mississippi River, and he has to escape slavers and all kinds of scary things. And I thought it was a great adventure when I was a kid. I loved that movie because the danger was real, and it would be. It would be. Because this kid is in over his head. He's in a dangerous world by himself with an escaped slave, no less. I do not get that sense of menace or peril in the show. I think there's a lot of plot contrivance. I think the dialogue is banal and awful. I think the child performances are basically cringe and annoying. That's probably not really the fault of the kids. It's mostly the fault of just bad dialogue, bad direction. It is it's content for the algorithm wood chipper. It is drivel. Does it do anything particularly damaging to the lore? Not so far. Does it do anything particularly offensive? Not so far. Does it do anything particularly wacko woke lunatic? Not yet. But this show, like pretty much everything else Disney produces, is trash. So if I were to rate Skeleton Crew on the epaulets, I would say, based on 2 episodes, I'm going to give this a 4 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. That's because it's not quite as bad as Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. But it's trash. It's absolute. It's so boring. It is so boring. The episodes are only like 30 minutes, I think, and I'm sitting there checking my watch. I'm like, okay, how much longer? I'm so bored. I'm just so bored on this show. Starfield, he says, fuck you, Captain. How dare you ask for basic storytelling, you white supremacist bigot? Thank you, Starfury. Starfury says, decent storytelling is white privilege. I would agree. Starfury says, I like the character of Seven because of her her tig old biddies. No, not 7 of... Did I say 7? Not 7 of 9 of Star Trek Voyager. I was talking about 11 in Stranger Things. Starfury says, Disney is run by alumni of the Long Bus. Yes, I would agree. Redoubt Production says, the captain, pirates slaughtering a family is too extreme. Redoubt Productions, Blood and Oak exists. Well... Yeah, well, but Blood and Oak, in my estimation, I mean, books aren't rated this way, but it's a rated R book. Like, Blood and Oak is a rated... It's M for mature. Blood and Oak is. And it's so funny, too, because whenever I have spoken to someone who has read it, there is occasionally the person that will tell me, wow, there's a lot of violence in your book, and there's definitely some graphic things in there. I said, yeah, it's rated R. I know, but is it necessary to write that kind of stuff? And I'm just like, I've watched rated R movies with you. With you. I know that some of your favorite movies are rated R movies. But you're hassling me because my book has rated R stuff in it. I don't understand that. Why do people get so precious and pearl clutching about novels in a way that they don't get pearl clutching about movies and TV shows? I literally have friends that have watched like Game of Thrones with like all the nudity in it, and they're a little bit shocked by the nudity in my novel. And I'm like, what? I don't understand this. I don't understand this weird double standard, but it's fine. I'm just bitching. I did not write Blood and Oak to be a kid story, though. I'm not saying that pirates slaughtering the family is too extreme, Redoubt Productions. I'm saying it might be too extreme for a show aimed at kids. And I'm a big enough man to admit that, okay? That's all I'm saying. Skunk's Workshop said, should never have sold. You're damn right. Yeah, Lucas should never have sold Star Wars to these glue eaters. I mean, I just can't get over how dumb it is to think that pirates in the Star Wars, I blame J.J. Abrams for this. I think J.J. Abrams is a big reason it's like this, because I remember years ago when he was first working on Force Awakens, I read this article about his thoughts on the Star Wars universe. And he was talking about how he was reviewing the dailies from the filming of Force Awakens. And there was a scene in which a little character pops up in the desert on Jakku, and he goes, ah, or he makes a kind of like salacious crumb. He does a little weird like boop, 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 or something. He goes back down in his hole, right? Something like that. And Abrams was talking about how he was tempted to make the character more believable and redo the character as a CGI character, or maybe just eliminate that scene. But he said, no, I'm going to leave it in as this wacky puppet, because that's what Star Wars has, that sort of wonderful, ridiculous quality to it. That was something I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he was saying. Part of Star Wars is the wonderful ridiculousness of it. And so we're leaving that in. And it's in Force Awakens. You can see this character pop up in the early parts of the film. At the time, I remember thinking, there's probably some wisdom to that. Star Wars used a lot of practice. I liked the fact that he was using practical effects. I felt that Lucas relied too heavily on CGI in the prequels, and that was one of the fair complaints about the prequels. I think I'm willing to say I was wrong about that. I actually think Lucas's vision was better in the prequels than the sequel trilogy. But that being said, at the time, I still think that CGI is overused, and I thought, this is encouraging. He's going to, he understands practical effects. In retrospect, I think that was the beginning of how dumb Hollywood people see the Star Wars universe, right? Oh, it's the wacky, ridiculous puppet nature of it. No, you idiots. No. That's not what Star Wars is. And now, 20 years later, how many years has it been? Hey Siri, how many years since Force Awakens was released?
Star Wars The Force Awakens was released on the 18th of December, 2015.
So like 10 years, a decade. A decade later, right? It feels like 20 years, doesn't it? A decade later, it's that thinking that has infected all of Star Wars. Well, Star Wars is a wacky, silly universe, so we're going to have wacky, silly pirates in it. I don't want to see Pirates of the Caribbean in Star Wars. I want to see what pirates would be like in Star Wars. Redoubt Production says, what you talking about? It's a book about family. It is a book. Blood and Oak is a book about family. Redoubt, do not apologize. Do not backpedal, Redoubt. He said, I only poked the bear for funsies. Listen, the captain. I welcome all of it. You're spot on. Look, Redoubt Productions. I appreciate all your opinions. You're a historical man. The captain respects that. A decade later, a look at, oh, look, my first wrinkles. Yeah, exactly. You're not poking the bear. That's what I'm saying, that Blood and Oak is what I would write if I'm writing about the Barbary pirates. They're not fun. They sell you into slavery. It's bad, man. It's a bad time. And if I were, listen, seriously, if I were to write in fact, I've even considered it, because there's a character in Wolves Will Eat that is a young character, and I've considered making her the star of a spin-off young adult novel, and that wouldn't quite be a kid's story. It'd still be young adult, so fairly mature aimed. But I would look for ways to show the real terror and danger. It just wouldn't be as graphic, It just you would have more of the hint or suggestion of violence rather than the actual visceral. There it is in front of you. So yes, there's a way to get at it. There's a way to imply the very terrifying reality of the situation without making the story itself overly graphic. There's a way to get at that. There's absolutely a way to get at that. But for my part, I wrote Blood and Oak to be a story about pirates you would not want to meet. This video is sponsored by the high seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. Back to me. Jeez, I guess Restream doesn't like that video because it wasn't playing very well. It looked like it was stuttering a lot. So sorry about that, chat. But that's it. When his family is abducted and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. And it is about the real horrors of Barbary piracy. In fact, a good friend of mine told me that it was hard to read some of those chapters. And the funny thing was, I thought I pulled some punches, to be quite honest. I felt like the reality was honestly even worse, but no, I think I succeeded. Now, I'm looking for Skeleton Crew. I think I had something in the stack of stuff on this. Let me see if I can find it. MrGrizzy is live. He's doing a member stream. Awesome. Stack of stuff. What have I got? I feel like I bookmarked a Skeleton Crew video in here somewhere. Oh, yes! We're going to double dip with Critical Drinker. Because Critical Drinker, I have not seen this video. But he reviewed Skeleton Crew. We're going to see what he thinks. I might have a bone to pick with Critical Drinker because the title of this is Star Wars Skeleton Crew. It's not terrible. So that makes me think he might be about to praise it. And if he's about to praise it, I'm probably going to disagree with him. But let's just see. Let's see what Critical Drinker thinks about Skeleton Crew.
It's the season of giving surprising little gifts. Here's one you probably didn't see coming. Apart from Andor.
Do you like that part, Star Fury? Grogu getting squished in a machine press.
Skeleton Crew is probably the best live-action Star Wars show that Disney have ever made.
Oh my god!
No. Better than Andor? Come on.
Yeah, I know that's a bit like saying this particular bout of explosive diarrhea was more enjoyable than the others because I didn't feel like I'd sharted out my own spinal column. But what the hell? In the vast empty desert of fun that is modern Star Wars, even a muddy, fly-infested pond is still better than the alternative. Seriously though, it's a show that clearly understands the spirit of adventure and boundless possibilities that's been so lacking in Star Wars since Disney took over, and makes a fair attempt at recapturing it. It doesn't always get it right, but it's at least trying, and you get the impression it was made by people who actually wanted to produce something good. Unlike others I could name. The quartet of main characters all fit neatly into their standard archetypes, and generally it feels pretty...
Well, that's my problem with it, Drinker. They fit neatly into obvious cliche archetypes. Like, the problem I have with it is that if you take the characters in Stranger Things, for example, of Mike, Will, Dustin, and Lucas, each of them fits an archetype. You know, one is kind of like, one's kind of the geek, one's kind of the smart nerd, one's kind of the more charismatic nerd. You know, they all have their kind of different archetypes, but their personalities are layered and complex and nuanced, and I get the feeling that I know what kind of people they are. As opposed to this show, where I feel like everything that these kids are grappling with is just generic kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all just generic. It's like, oh, are you going to study for that test you have to take at school? And it's like, yeah, I know that that's something a kid would be worried about, but that's not really like a detailed character. I don't feel like these characters have any real personality.
Close to what the corporate shill media described it as, the Goonies in space. Almost to an uncanny degree, in fact, but I'll talk more about that later. Believe that! Anyway, the show follows 4 kids living on the safe but boring planet of At-Aten, which is so
concrete planet.
Similar in culture and aesthetics to modern day Earth that it actually becomes kind of disorienting at times. Like I'm watching some weird hybrid of Star Wars and Saved by the Bell.
No, I totally agree with that. That's exactly the problem with it. It's a little too close to our reality. Like, even the streetlights. Why are there streetlights? Like, literally, they're saying this is Star Wars suburban average neighborhood. Okay.
Fuck, you're old.
Either way, I'm just pleased that we're not stuck on yet another desert planet because it's the only background they can get to work properly with the volume screen. Anyway, main character Wim takes a shortcut to school one day when he stumbles across a hatch buried out in the woods. He's convinced that it's a Jedi temple because he's obsessed with the Jedi for some reason and can't wait to discover more. But when he comes back to uncover it later that night, the rest of the gang end up following him and work together to get the hatch open. But funnily enough, it's not a Jedi temple. It's actually a buried spaceship, and before you can say contrived plot event, they've accidentally reactivated it and flown off on autopilot.
Yeah, that's such a great point. They literally bang on something in the engineering section. It turns on the ship, which presumably has been buried and crashed there. But it's completely inoperable. They just bang on something. It lights up and takes off.
And so begins the gang's little adventure in a galaxy far, far away, as they try to avoid pirates and cutthroats, repair their damaged ship, and ultimately find a way back to their home planet, while uncovering the mystery of how and why it's managed to stay hidden from the rest of the galaxy for so long. Now, one of the first questions I ask myself about any new movie or TV show is, who was this thing made for? In the case of Skeleton Crew, you'd think the answer would be obvious. Kids. It was even marketed as a kids show, which begs the question, why am I even reviewing it right now? Well, it's definitely not because I'm killing time until Nosferatu comes out, but anyway, I think the truth is a bit more complicated than that. In terms of tone, setup, and characters, Skeleton Crew borrows pretty heavily from all those classic 1980s bunch of misfit kids go on an adventure together movies like Explorers, E.T., Flight of the Navigator, or The Goonies, which leads me to suspect it's actually trying to appeal as much to adults who grew up in that time as the kids they're raising now who've probably never even heard of those films. Because let's be honest here, how many kids today even give a shit about Star Wars? The age of the average fan is probably mid-40s by now, but whatever, maybe I'm just overthinking this stuff. All of this is to say that the DNA which went into this show is pretty easy to pick out, and I guess if you're gonna steal pay homage to the work of others, you might as well pick the best source material you can find. And to be fair to the showrunners here, I think they did a decent enough job recapturing the spirit of those movies. The yearning for adventure and excitement that most kids experience, the desire to escape the tedium of a safe but predictable life and experience new places and people, the wonder at being exposed to a much bigger world for the first time. I also get the impression that this is going to be a pretty self-contained little story instead of some crazy galaxy-altering epic that tries to crowbar in a bunch of recognizable characters and settings just to drum up some interest and ends up being handcuffed to the same boring overarching storyline as everything else. This is the kind of thing I want to see more of in Star Wars.
Oh,
Self-contained
there he is. That's Houseplant. That's Houseplant Pirate. There he is.
thing I want to see more of in
Yeah, there you go. That's the Houseplant.
Star Wars, self-contained stories with original characters showing different sides to the galaxy than we've seen before. Pacing-wise, the second episode comes in lean and mean at just over 30 minutes, which is exactly what a show like this should be aiming for. On the other hand, the first episode is more of a slog, mostly because it wastes a lot of time after the ship's been discovered. There's a lot of busy work and travelling backwards and forwards to get the various kids invested, and overall it just feels like a sloppy and inefficient way to get things moving. In terms of characters, they all fit neatly into their stock archetypes, and if you're inclined
Stock is the operative word. Stock characters. They're literally Adobe stock characters.
to take the Goonies in space approach, it's not hard to see where the inspiration came from. There's the naive but enthusiastic lead who dreams of adventure and exploration.
Except that he's not a lead. He's portrayed as an idiot who screws everything up, and he's getting girl bossed to death.
The mouthy, tough-talking sidekick with a chip on their shoulder, the clumsy...
Except that she's in charge all the time because of course she is.
The cowardly friend who just wants to go home, and the technology nerd whose ideas sometimes outstrip their abilities. I mean, it's not executed with the same energy and likability of the Goonies. There's times when the show can't seem to decide who the main character actually is, and if I was going to be really harsh, I'd say that the old Kathleen Kennedy influence starts to show through with the character of Fern, who keeps trying to muscle in on stuff that Wim should be doing himself, and skirts dangerously close to being another irritating, know-it-all Disney girl boss. But for the...
I disagree. It's not... There's no skirting about it. She is flat out an irritating girl boss right from the beginning. Right from the beginning. Because part of the problem is she's delivering lines that should be for a teenager or an adult. Like, a child this young would not be delivering these lines. So right out the gate, it's cringe as hell.
For the most part, the cast all do a decent enough job, and the characters are likable enough in a slightly sterile, inoffensive way. And I think inoffensive is the operative word here when it comes to describing Skeleton Crew. It'll likely turn out to be a decent, adequate, and ultimately forgettable little adventure.
There it is. That's a great shot right there of what I mean. Concrete Planet. It's Concrete Planet. Am I wrong? I don't think I am.
Forgettable little adventure that's significant only because everything around it is so monumentally shit. I don't think it's going to stir up passionate sentiments one way or the other, but the best I can say to you is that, well, if you've got children of your own, or you've kidnapped a bunch of them and you need to keep them amused for a while, then Skeleton Crew isn't the worst thing in the world you could put on. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
You know, I don't want to say that the critical drinker's going soft. But he went way too soft at Skeleton Crew, in my opinion. I just think it's trash. I really do. I think that the kids they literally are stock characters. They're not, there's no real nuance to them. There's not any real depth to them. I think the plot contrivance of them just stumbling on a ship and then just banging it and it activates and then just pressing a random button and now off they go on an adventure. I think that is literally the laziest, lowest effort way you could enter this story. I just think that it is. I can't think of a lazier way to start the story. I really can't. It's just boring. It's just boring. And I'm really tired of this trope of the pirates that are pirates. I want them to seem dangerous. You know, the thing is, the Empire, despite the fact of, you know, the memes of like the stormtroopers always missing and stuff like that, the Empire is portrayed as dangerous, malevolent. You don't want to mess with them. They will execute you. They will torture you. Like, there's a real sense of menace with the Empire. And what bothers me is there's no sense of actual menace with these pirates. They are sort of like dopey, they're kids' movie villains. They just are. And it annoys me. It annoys me. What else is in the stack of stuff? I have a couple of videos saved for you, my dear Chad. Stack of stuff. Load it, Mr. Producer. I'm just going to leave it open from now on. So we did Snow White. I am curious what Star Wars Theory thinks about this. Yeah, let me hat tip Star Wars Theory. Share screen. Now, if anyone's going to go easy on Skeleton Crew, it's going to be Star Wars Theory, but I honestly don't know. I don't know what he thinks about it, so I'm very curious. I may not watch all of this video, but let's I just want to get a sense of what he thinks about it.
Feel your disperse. I thought it was really fun. I thought it embodied everything that you want as a kid. Adventure, science fiction. Nothing really that screams Star Wars right off the bat, but it had the feel, and I didn't think it would. You know, I appreciated the sets. I appreciated the
will give it, other than Concrete Planet, I will give it that. Other than Concrete Planet, the sets and the starships are pretty cool. In it. I will give it that.
The color grading, obviously. I appreciated the set design and the fact that they didn't use the freaking what they used in Obi-Wan that made it look claustrophobic. And I appreciated the fact that they got freaking aliens and droids, and it's not just all humans. Which is great. It's just kind of like a Harry Potter story in space.
No. I'm going to stop you right there. I'm no fan of Harry Potter. I'm truly not. However, I know a well-written story when I see one, and Harry Potter is a far superior story to this. It just is. And what I'm speaking of specifically is the setup and inciting incident to Harry Potter. Harry Potter, we are introduced to Harry Potter. He is basically an abuse victim. Harry Potter lives with two guardians who hate his guts and treat him like shit. He is literally a child that is being abused by his legal guardians. His life is miserable. He is the subject of bullying and abusive treatment. And, like, there's no escape. There's no escape for Harry Potter from that life. Until there are signs, and this is important, there are signs that there's something special about him, and that, I forget who are his guardians in it. I forget whether they're his aunt and uncle or just foster parents. I honestly don't recall. But there's a sense that they are jealous of something in him. There's a sense that Harry Potter has something special about him. They pick up on it, and that might be driving some of their hatred and enmity towards him. But in any case, one day a letter arrives, which is inviting Harry Potter to Hogwarts because it turns out he's a wizard. And this is his golden ticket out of this hell. Speaking of golden tickets, this is also the story in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You have a kid who lives with a poor family of invalids who dreams of one day having a good life. And then Willy Wonka announces his 5 golden ticket challenge, and this one lucky poor kid who truly does deserve this chance gets the chance to go see Willy Wonka. Like, same deal. I bring that up because that is an excellent way of bringing us into a story, right? Because we established that in both of these cases, Charlie and Harry Potter, they have difficult, terrible lives where they face real problems, like real problems. And it's when the magical world intrudes upon that they suddenly have the possibility of a better life and of a grand adventure. Skeleton Crew has nothing in common with those stories, because in Skeleton Crew, the kid just simply finds a shuttlecraft. He just finds it. He just finds the ship. And then he just bangs on something and, off they go. Oh, it's a great adventure. Meanwhile, this character is bland. He's boring. I don't really find him believable. So no, it's not the same thing. It is not the same thing at all.
I dig it, dude. Totally fun. Kids show. Love it. Them down.
Oh God. I'm so tired of this stupid argument. It's a kids show. It's a kids show. Why? It's just fun. It's just supposed to be fun. It's just super fun. It's just kids. It's kids show fun.
Yeah, they did great. The volume, right? That's what it's called. Yeah, what'd you guys think about it? I thought it was fun. As I was saying at the end of episode 1.
Look. Is it more fun than Ahsoka? Yes. Is it more fun than The Acolyte? Yes. Hell, is it more fun than Andor? Marginally, yes. Is it more fun than a kick in the face with a golf shoe? Yes. Does that mean it's good? No.
From the, the kid not feeling like he belongs, his parents kind of coming down on him hard sometimes, the stress of school and being in that.
Listen, I like Star Wars Theory. I do. But it's like, yeah, exactly. The stress of school, said ChatGPT. ChatGPT, give me a backstory for a kid in Star Wars. He's struggling with his test at school. Oh, what a great character you've written, ChatGPT.
Institution, being a bit of an outcast.
Look at this. What did I say? Concrete planet. Look at this. Just this bland, boring. Why is it that this is what they think Star Wars is? Why are these kids in this oversized space? The space is literally 3 times as big as it needs to be for the massive number of students that are even in it. It's like this bizarre gymnasium, but everything is just bland and corporate. Now I hear you saying, but Captain, they're trying to establish that his everyday world is boring. And it's like, yeah, I get that, but that doesn't explain why this is so over the top. Because in Star Wars, things are big. That's why. Oh, okay. Thank you. Now I understand.
Being that institution, being a bit of an outcast, being late for the bus.
Being an outcast, being late for the bus, having problems taking a test. Yes, you're correct, Star Wars Theory. He is officially a character.
Stresses of a test, the freaking, the grand dreams of being a Jedi, something, wow, magical, mystical, it still exists within the kid. A feeling of wanting more than what you are, but not knowing how to get there. The fake lightsaber battle, just these little.
Okay. No disrespect to Star Wars Theory. Let me tell you kind of where this is sitting as a narrative, okay? I've talked about this before on the stream, okay? There are multiple layers to a really well done character. There's the conscious layer, the subconscious layer, and then there's the deep-seated layer. In really great characters, you always have all 3. Now, it's very typical of Disney Star Wars. They have characters that just have the surface layer. And that's the problem with these characters. They have one layer. The layer is, school is hard. I missed the bus. I wish I were a Jedi. I want to go on an adventure. Okay, fine. But that's just the surface layer of the character. What about the subconscious layer? What about the deep-seated layer? All characters need this. And that's my objection to Skeleton Crew. It doesn't go any deeper than that. These are superficial characters.
Nuanced things that you just little, just throw it in there. And it just kind of makes you like, and which kid didn't want to find a freaking UFO ship somewhere in the forest or somewhere?
But that doesn't make it plausible. That's my problem. I know it's odd to say because we're literally watching a Star Wars, galaxy far, far away. This is a fantasy universe. But even in a fantasy universe, I have to have a level of belief and immersion in it. And I find this so convenient. The finding the fallen ship, it's literally so convenient and contrived that I don't buy it. I don't buy into it. I don't get invested. It doesn't intrigue me. It does not intrigue me. That's the problem. When Harry Potter gets a letter from Hogwarts from an owl, that's intriguing. But this kid just randomly finding a ship after dreaming of adventure, that's not intriguing. That's sort of obvious, actually. It's obvious. It's a fantasy. What I'm looking for is show me a real, plausible way that he gets dragged into an adventure. That's what would be intriguing.
And it randomly like speeds you off into space. You know, I didn't go into this with any expectations whatsoever, and maybe that's why I like it. But at the same time,
here's what I will say. Let me give you a scenario where this actually does work a little better. But you know, it's the same deal. He just finds a ship. If that's really the story, that like I'm just a kid who just found this ship. Okay, here's how that can work. It has to be a story in which the kid winds up at some point asking, "Why me? Why did this have to happen to me? What did I do?" Right? That's really what should happen later in the story if that's going to be the story. For example, Frodo getting the ring and becoming the ring bearer. Frodo has this responsibility thrust upon him, and he is literally like who is Frodo? He didn't deserve this. He didn't ask for this. Just one day, out of the clear blue, he finds out his uncle's got this ring. It's literally the master of evil, and he's got to like go on a quest to deliver it to Mount Doom. He didn't want this. Why him? He literally asked Gandalf this very question. He says, "Why? Why did the ring have to come to me?" And Gandalf says, "That's not for us to decide." Now, why that's so important is because that question of why me is what lends weight and verisimilitude, which is just a fancy, snooty critic's term for believability. That's what adds believability to the extraordinary circumstance that Frodo just fell into. Let's face it, Frodo just falls into that. He just falls into an adventure where suddenly he's going to be the most important human being, or hobbit being, if you prefer, on the planet, on Middle-earth. He is literally the most important being extant. And it's purely a coincidence. It's a coincidence. He just happened to be the nephew of the guy that had the ring. That's it. One day, a wizard comes to town and says, "Here, take this." That's complete coincidence. But it's ironic coincidence. It's ironic because Frodo is the last person on Earth that should have ever been given this quest, certainly from his perspective. He's the last person on Earth you would have ever given this quest to. He's the last person on Earth, Middle-earth, that deserves this. It's like getting a death sentence. He doesn't deserve this. Why him? Why me? That is the question that would have made Skeleton Crew work under these circumstances. If the character winds up questioning, why did this have to happen to me of all people, then I think this could work. That's the problem. Star Wars Theory wants so desperately to love Star Wars. I don't blame him for this. He wants so desperately to love the thing he loved, and he just can't let go. And so he is I mean, I take him at his word. This is how he feels about it. I think he's going easier on this show than it deserves. That's just my feeling about it.
I like it because it ticks off so many different boxes, and it's fun, lighthearted. Looking forward to the next one. I promised to sing from the rooftops tomorrow if it was good. I'm gonna do it. All right, cool. Rating out of 10. Well, see, that's where it gets a little bit confusing, because it's like, are we gonna rate this like Mando Season 2, where it's like, holy shit, Star Wars feels like Star Wars? Or are we gonna rate this as, like a fun... This reminds me of The Goonies, Jumanji, Harry Potter, Zathura. I don't know, give me some other like kids adventure. movies, shows. But anyways, it's along those lines, and it's set in the Star Wars universe, and it's kind of taking us to a place where we haven't really been too much with pirates and stuff like that, which is more like I would say, a more modern version of cowboys and, the Wild West sort of thing, a little bit. See, am I leaving anything out? As for the guy being a Jedi, it's a little convenient. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like if he was a Jedi, he would have gotten out of there probably way sooner. But then again, maybe he was just waiting for a ship or a crew or a way out. I don't really know, but cool. It has me smiling, man. Has me excited, feeling like a kid. The Page Master, yeah, that's one. Yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy, not really. Pirates of the Caribbean, yeah, feels like that. Had such a good time with you guys tonight. Right on, me too. I'll give it a crack just because you gave it a thumbs up. Yeah, look, if you're expecting like, Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, don't go into it expecting that. But check it out. It'll give you a bit of those, it'll pull on those heartstrings from when you're a kid. I mean, if you had a...
No, it didn't. Being honest here, it didn't. I felt nothing. I felt really nothing while I was watching this show other than a mild sense of boredom. Like, I want this to just be over so I can move on. And I'm not doing... Listen, my dear sailors at Star Nuts, I love you too much. I respect you too much to ever be too harsh on a show just for the sake of rage baiting, as it were. I genuinely just feel this way. I don't enjoy... I'm not running the show down just to beat up on it. I really just don't feel it's just lazy. It's just not a very interesting story. It had potential. I mean, like so many things. I think The Acolyte had potential. I really do. I actually think there was something to be said for the idea of a kind of mysterious why-done-it in the years. Well, I do feel that's its hardest hurdle, is that it's set 100 years before the prequels. But it had potential. A why-done-it murder mystery set with the Jedi in the, Old Republic. That could work. That could work. But not if you have dumb people like Lesbian Headlamp writing it. So, it gives me no pleasure to report to you that this show is not worth your time.
Similar childhood to mine.
I would say it's the least worst thing that Disney Lucasfilm has done, probably. That I would say of it.
I think you'll resonate.
2 episodes so far
with this show so far. Now, that's not to say episode 3 and beyond will, shit on a lot of Star Wars, because we've kind of been proven that before. But so far, I think it's really fun. I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
I had low expectations, but it ended up being pretty fun so far. It's like seeing Star Wars Galaxy through a kid's perspective. Yeah, and that's the thing with storytelling is when
it isn't. That's my problem with it. It isn't like seeing the Star Wars universe through a kid's perspective. It's like seeing the Star Wars universe through the perspective of a dumb writer who thinks this is what a kid's show in Star Wars would be. That's what it makes me think of. I wrote a book about what a kid's perspective might be on a bunch of pirates attacking his family's ship and enslaving them. I wrote that. It's called Blood and Oak. That was what a kid's perspective on a bunch of barbaric bandits attacking their family was like. And it's horrifying. It was terrible. It was a traumatic experience. It literally carves a wound in my main character's soul that drives him to really just the edge of insanity. Let's face it. He gets the nickname Bloody Sully as a result. Bloody Sully. And the Bloody Blokes. That's a teaser for book 3. Now, honest to God, here's what the perspective, a child's perspective in Star Wars, this would be an accurate way to look at it. If a kid saw Darth Vader mowing down a bunch of rebels, what would that child's experience of seeing that be? That would be a kid seeing the Star Wars universe. Do you get what I'm saying? What I'm saying is if you take a bunch of fake BS Pirates of the Caribbean crap and you shoehorn it in, you stuff it, you fit it into Star Wars and then say, oh, this is what it looks like to kids. No, it isn't. Because that's not the Star Wars universe. I really disagree with this take. I really disagree with this narrative going around that, oh, it's like the Goonies. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't want it to be like Pirates of the Caribbean. I want it to be like Star Wars.
You have like, let's replace all of these characters with adults. It wouldn't have the same charm. It wouldn't have the same mysticism.
It doesn't have any charm. It doesn't have any mysticism.
Level of magic and adventure. But when you're watching something through the perception of a child, well, for the most part, when we were kids, all of us, at one point, unless you're Benjamin Button, we had that sense of adventure and mysticism and something grander and greater than where we're at right now, what we're doing.
I think that's true. But that doesn't change the reality of what the kids might be facing. This is why I think Stranger Things is so brilliant. Because Stranger Things does do this with kids. You literally see that's the beauty of Stranger Things, really, because all of these creepy paranormal phenomena that the adults are blind to, because the adults don't believe in things like that. So the adults are blind to it. So literally the terms that define what's going on in the Stranger Things universe are all through the lens of childhood. So in Stranger Things, Mike and his friends play Dungeons and Dragons, and they see everything through the lens of Dungeons and Dragons. So they use Dungeons and Dragons as an analogy to the things they're witnessing in the real world. So this creature that is literally murdering people and kidnapping people from this alternate dimension, they call him the Demogorgon, after the character in Dungeons and Dragons. When they figure out that they are dealing with an alternate reality that is parallel to their own, the way that they describe it metaphorically is it's like our world, but upside down. So they start referring to it as the Upside Down. It's a terrifying alternate dimension populated with monsters that will eat you and cocoon you and suck out your blood, and it's terrifying. But the way that the childlike mind perceives that is, oh, it's the Upside Down. It's our world, but upside down. Interestingly enough, the Duffer Brothers, who created Stranger Things, that's not what they called it in the script. That's just what the boys call it. What they called it was, I think they called it the Veil of Shadows after the Dungeons and Dragons realm. They named it the Veil of Shadows. That's what the technical name of the Upside Down is in the Dungeons and Dragons script and series Bible. It's the Veil of Shadows. It was supposed to be thought of as the Veil of Shadows in the minds of the audience. But the fact that the kids see it as the Upside Down, that's actually how the audience also, that's how I see it. It's the Upside Down. That's what it is to me. That's through the lens of a kid. But does that take away the fact that it's a malevolent, terrifying, parallel reality populated by monsters that will gut you and eat you? No, it doesn't take away any of that. It's just that that's what it is, but the kids see it the way they see it. That's how you would do it. You would have real pirates, real stakes, like real threats of serious violence, like what pirates will do to you if they catch you. That, like, it wouldn't feel like Pirates of the Caribbean LARPing in Star Wars. No, this is what pirates are in Star Wars. And the kids, now we are free to view all of that through the lens of the kids seeing it, just as how Mike and his friends see the alternate dimension in Stranger Things as the Upside Down, the Demogorgon, the Mind Flayer. Will is 11 is like a wizard to them. She's a wizard. She's the wizard of the party. That is how the kids make sense of the terrifying world that they've been drawn into. That's actually a good example of what Star Wars theory is mistakenly ascribing to Skeleton Crew.
But
With
we don't know how to
great, genuine respect for Star Wars theory. I disagree with him here.
get there. It's that kid's dream. And somewhere along the way, when you get older, that dream dies because you just get kind of, I don't know, preoccupied with real life.
All true.
You know, the 9 to 5, the taxes, the bills, the surviving day to day, the rent, this and that. But when you don't have that to worry about because your parents, for the most part, are taking care of it, even if times are tough, and they were for me sometimes when I was a kid, you still feel like, you know, you have that extra bit of time to kind of just ponder and fantasize and dream. And I think that that's really, that's nice. Atten looks a lot like Earth. Dude, it looks a lot like my city. It looks a lot like Vancouver. How are you feeling for
It's
Andor?
concrete planet. Am I wrong, chat? Look at this. It's concrete planet. We have a new one, folks. We have desert planet, green planet, Coruscant, and concrete planet.
Dude, it looks a lot like my city. It looks a lot like Vancouver. How are you feeling for Andor Season 2? I think it'll be better than the first one, in my opinion. After The Acolyte, I really love this show. You know, I want to make sure that I don't fall into kind of like, let me hate everything that they make, because there are some projects that they...
I have no desire to hate everything Disney makes. What I wish is that they... Honestly, I wish they would course correct. I do. I wish that they would... I wish that money was enough of a motivator for Disney to start fixing these problems. That's what I wish. And I would be glad if truly they started turning things around and listening to their audience and say, you know what? Okay. Bad idea to go down that woke rabbit hole. We've learned our lesson. Let's just sell a product people want. So it's not about that. It just isn't. It's not about, I don't want to have to report that it's a bad show. I mean, I have to admit, I had very low expectations for Skeleton Crew. I just did not feel it was going to be good based on the trailer and based on the pattern. But that being said, if it really did blow me away, if it really wowed me and I was like, wow, okay, they came to play. I mean, look, The Penguin is a perfect example. I had no reason to think that was going to be a good show. It was based on a Batman film I'm not particularly fond of, in a universe that, frankly, James Gunn is turning into a mess. Honest to God, I don't even know if there's going to be another Matt Reeves Batman, so why should I even be invested? This is a side character that I didn't think was a particularly interesting character in the Batman film. A whole show based on him. I don't understand why we need that. And yet it was astoundingly good. Astoundingly good. This isn't about what I want. This is in terms of like, do I want to hate on it? No, I don't want to hate on it. I want it to be good.
They make that I really enjoy, like Tales of the Jedi, like The Mandalorian. I think that's about it. You know, like the Jedi Survivor games. And I think it comes down to the story that they greenlight and who they have directing it and kind of helming the project. When you have narcissistic boneheads like Leslie Headland who don't know a single thing about Star Wars getting a $300 million check to just do whatever the fuck she wants, I think then you have someone that's destroying what George made. But when you...
I don't think that mediocre content like Skeleton Crew is necessarily destroying what George made, but it's certainly not helping. And I happen to think that, that Skeleton Crew is another example of what I'm talking about when I say, why are they trying to do the trick shot when they just need to master the slap shot? You know what I'm saying? They just need to get the basics right. How about you tell a basic story about Jedi versus Sith that's compelling and a hit before we worry about, we gotta have the wacky kids pirate adventure, and we gotta have the niche murder mystery. We gotta stop doing all that. Why don't you tell the basic Star Wars story? Why can't you do that first? And this is kind of my problem with Skeleton Crew. Why are we wasting our time with shit like this? I mean, I sort of object to the premise of the show, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be good. Doesn't mean it couldn't surprise me. Starfield, he says. There is more merit in Barney and Friends or Teletubbies than this shit. Honestly, Starfield, that might even be too harsh for me. That might be too harsh, man. It can't be, it's not Nightmare Fuel. I will say this for Skeleton. It's not Nightmare Fuel. And Teletubbies is Nightmare Fuel, bruh. Star Fury says, poor Star Wars theory is just like an abused spouse making excuses for their terrible partner. He can change. They really are good to me sometimes. Yeah, exactly. I kind of agree with you. I don't think this is quite accurate for Star Wars theory anymore, but I think before he kind of figured out how bad things are, and Acolyte definitely helped him with that. I would call him a blue pill. He's not a blue pill anymore because he definitely understands what's going on with Star Wars, but I just think he still wants to believe. Look, listen, I was once like this myself with Star Trek. I was like this with Star Trek. I wanted to believe that things would get better. I thought that the J.J. Abrams movies were going to like invigorate, breathe new life into it. Let's face it, when Star Trek 2009 came out, Star Trek was kind of a has-been brand anyway. So the idea that maybe some new blood was coming in and getting people excited about Star Trek again, I was willing to forgive some of the dopiness of those movies in exchange for, hey, maybe we'll get some really good Star Trek again, and maybe it'll be taking the universe in a new direction. I had to eventually come to terms with the fact that it's never getting better. And yes, we had Picard season 3 with Terry Matalas, but that was an outlier. That was the exception that proves the rule. And I just think Star Wars theory is fighting it a little harder than most. And I don't blame him. I don't hold it against him for wanting to believe. Skunks with an LOL. Skunks, I am so happy you're here. I'm so happy all of you are here. Staffy, Redoubt Productions, Anthony Timmons, Neutron Pack, Fu Man Blue, Tom, I know you're out there. Don't pretend you're not. And who else today? Who else have we had in the chat? Wrangler was in the chat. Stormcrow. Not today, but I'm sure he's out there. Aragma, Varelian. Who else? Who else is out there? Anyway, I appreciate all of you. Merry Christmas. We're going to have a Christmas episode, folks. The 100th episode is going to be before Christmas. Hey, Skunks, would you be mad if the producer's music, if the music came up right now? Would you be mad, Skunks? Let me know in the chat. We're 4 hours deep. Let me know if you'd be mad if you heard the producer music right now. Or sad. Sad or mad.
Have something like this that's lighthearted and doesn't really encroach on anything, at least so far. We're going to see what they do with the Jedi, if this guy is actually a Jedi, or he's just in on it with everyone and trying to make a buck. Who knows? You know, kind of like he's working with the cellmates to fake the key and blah, blah, blah. Just so you can, who knows? I think you get something a little more hopeful. Hondo cameo? No, I don't think that was Hondo. Imagine throwing spoilers in this chat. I don't think there's nothing to really spoil. I love that this is lighthearted with charm and heart playing in the Star Wars. Yeah, and you know what? I'll be on Critical Drinker's stream on Thursday, open bar, because he invited me on to talk about Skeleton Crew.
Skunks!
So
you're too kind. You're too kind. Skunks Workshop says, yes, he would be mad if the music came up because we haven't had Galaxy Born in 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. All right, well, I will consider it. We'll see. Maybe we might do a little Galaxy Born.
Excited to see what they have to say as well, and it'll be good to have a little reunion with the boys before we do our show for Stupendous Theory. He's probably just a Force user, not a Jedi. Who knows, man. The Old Republic references are interesting. I think that the planet they're from is discontinued from the rest of the galaxy, like Sheltered Fun Show.
I will say, now I really dislike how they set this up, but I will say that I enjoy the concept of the hidden treasure planet that the galaxy forgot. I think that actually, to me, is what has potential in the story. The problem we have is that the show plays it too coy. And I feel like that should have been the hook right from the first scene. The hook for the show should have been the pirates on the hunt for this planet. And maybe they get the map. They kill the captain of the ship and they take the map that'll lead them to this planet. And then the very next scene is we're on this planet and somehow, I'm not exactly sure how you would show it without just saying it, but like show us it's this planet. Like show us that these kids don't know that they're on the treasure planet that's about to be invaded. Like I think that's a way better, that's an intriguing hook for the story. The kids who think they're on a boring planet that turns out to be the El Dorado that every crook in the galaxy is looking for. Now, hell, saying that out loud is pretty damn good. That sounds pretty damn interesting. Why isn't the show making effective use of that? That's my problem.
Well, it's like an underground hive of scum and villainy that I guess nobody really knows about, or if they do, they just don't dare tread near it. The planet feels like Earth, doesn't feel like Star Wars. That's what I kind of like about it. Captain at the beginning is Jude Law's character, best guess. Yeah, of course. I thought that was obvious. After the acolyte, says Tom.
I really don't care one way or the other how much or not, how much or how little it's like Earth. That's actually sort of irrelevant to me. What I dislike about this planet is that it's concrete planet. That's what I dislike about it.
Odd. Star Wars had nowhere to go but up from me. But I think beyond that, George Lucas would appreciate this show for what it is. A kid's tale of adventure. Yeah, and that's, so far, I feel like
it's
George...
not a kid's tale of adventure. It's a kid's tale of dopey stuff happening. That's what it is.
George would be down with this show. Dad is low test and Fern's mom is perfect. Fern portrays more boy characteristics than the actual boys. Lucasfilm really needs to quit this gender switch delusion. Yeah, they do. But what I will say about this is that they're kids. And usually women, I find, mature faster than men up until we all mature, right? So, you know, when a girl is like 13 and a boy is 13, mentally I find she's more like 16. You know, what a guy will be like when he's 16 years old. And if any of you have kids...
That's not the problem with Fern's character. The problem with Fern's character is she's not plausible. She's not plausible. And she's kind of smug and an asshole, but in the way where the show praises her for that. Like, you can tell that the show just loves her because she's so good. It's the stunning and brave thing. She really is that character, and really what she is. I'm okay with a character being smug and kind of arrogant and unlikable if the show is playing that out in a believable way. So in other words, I think it would make more sense if the show has her character at some point be confronted with the fact that she's kind of a bully. And I think that would make it go down much better. But the other problem with her character is she's acting like an adult when she's not.
You could probably attest to the same. I don't have kids, but that's definitely something I've noticed, is that women are typically more mature at a younger age.
Okay, whatever. Well, I disagree with Star Wars Theory on this. I don't begrudge him. I don't begrudge him wanting to believe. I really don't. I would too in his place. Maybe, Skunks, I have a good segue to some Galaxy-Born talk, because one of my inspirations for creating Galaxy-Born is Star Trek has been abandoned to the wackos. Star Wars is what it is. Mass Effect just won't make enough Mass Effect. And, you know, beyond video games, Mass Effect really just doesn't work. And it's not because it couldn't. It's because just the people that own the Mass Effect IP don't know how to make it work. Yes, they're going to have an Amazon TV series. It's probably going to be awful. If Fallout is any indication, if Rings of Power is any indication, it's probably going to be a shit show. And that's part of the problem with the Mass Effect universe is, and I've read the novels are pretty good, but they're never going to, or at least without further investment, they're never going to reach the heights of something like the Horus Heresy books in Warhammer 40,000. They're just never going to get there. It's a video game property, and it's probably only ever going to be a video game property. And frankly, I'm just tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting for good, sprawling space opera science fiction. A lot of my favorite space opera films are just that, films. They're a one-off, like the Avatar movies. I love the Avatar movies. But, you know, it takes 13 years for James Cameron to make one. I'm tired of waiting. I'll just do it myself. So I'm gonna make I've been building this universe, and now I just got to get to writing it. So in any case, I have put words to paper. The problem is I keep rewriting it, but that's neither here nor there. So it's fitting that we bring up the subject of Star Trek. Dave Cullen is a charming Irish YouTuber who has great opinions about Star Trek I mostly agree with. And I thought I would share another video he came out with that it's pretty good. It's pretty illustrative of what the problems with Star Trek are. Also, he's a fan of Enterprise, and I really appreciate that about him. There are not enough Star Trek fans that are fans of Enterprise.
Do we need another Star Trek prequel? Another one? Like it or not, it appears another prequel movie is on the way. That appears to be where the franchise is headed. Now, when Enterprise was announced, which was the first prequel, I was a bit dubious, way back in 2001 when it first aired. I took a while to warm to that show, actually, but it got very good, especially in its final 2 seasons.
It really did. Like, it was becoming the best Star Wars show. I'm sorry, Star Trek show. It was becoming the best Star Trek show by the end of Enterprise. Now, I didn't say it was. I'm saying it was on its way. Because it was perfecting the art of Star Trek. You know, you got the feeling that the lore was really starting to line up nicely with all the future eras, Kirk and Picard and so forth. You really were becoming charmed by all of these characters. It was, you know, the early years of Enterprise, it was a bit stilted. You could tell that this is the doctor on the ship, and this is the tactical officer on the ship, and this is our captain. And they all felt a bit too archetypal in the beginning, but once they started to settle into the roles and become their own unique personalities and develop, you started to have interesting new characters coming into the story, and then the stakes started to get more intense with the looming Romulan War and so forth. It really became a great series, and I think it would have become one of the best in the Star Wars canon if it had not been canceled before its time. Because back then, TV shows aired on something called a network, and the networks made money from something called commercials. And if the ratings weren't high enough, then those commercials wouldn't be making enough money. And because the show was not making money, which meant that people weren't watching it, they would cancel it. That's how things used to work. Now the way they work is a show that nobody wants and nobody asked for and is disrespectful to the audience and destroys all the lore, is made fun of and downvoted and ratioed on YouTube, is released for minimum 5 seasons. And they cram it down our throats and tell us we're all racist for hating it and just keep making more of it and setting money on fire. That's the current model for how shows are made. That's the sick irony of it. You had a good show in Enterprise that's ratings were improving to a large degree. Like, it was quite shocking. The ratings were skyrocketing. They canceled it anyway because it was too little too late. Screw it. Took too long. Screw it. Get rid of it. Now they spam Star Trek shows nobody likes and nobody watches, and they just keep cranking them out because fuck you. That's because we hate you. It's like Asmongold when he said to the guy who said, "Why don't you just let the video play? It's only 10 minutes. Just let the video play." And his answer is, "Because I don't like you and I want to make your life worse." That's literally the model for making TV shows now. Why did you make this show, Amazon? Why did you make this show, Disney? Why did you make this show, Warner Brothers? Because we don't like you and we want to make your life worse.
At that point, I felt that was more than enough prequeling around, and it was time to get back to the 24th and indeed eventually the 25th centuries.
I am so with him on this. He is so right about this. That is the greatest failing of Star Trek, is that we should have been back in the 24th century. And I wanted to know, this is one of the reasons I love Star Trek Picard season 3 so much. I wanted to know what the Federation was like after the Dominion War. I wanted to know what happens after the Dominion War, because Deep Space Nine was really, I mean, technically Voyager showed a couple glimpses of it, but really Deep Space Nine was our last look at what the Federation was like. And, they would never advance the story. And so it was nice to have that.
To move forward into the future with the franchise. Alas, instead, we got a reboot. We got the Kelvin timeline movies of Star Trek 2009, 2013's Into Darkness, and 2016's Beyond. Films that looked and felt extremely un-Star Trek, in my opinion. And then in 2017...
the How It Should Have Ended video, where they... Or no, was it How It Should Have Ended, or was it... Honest Trailers? That's what it was. It was Honest Trailers. They did the Honest Trailer of Star Trek 2009, and they show this exact shot of the bridge, and they're like, watch Captain Kirk and Spock go on adventures in this heavily armed Apple store. And I was like, yes, it's a heavily armed Apple store.
We got another prequel, this time taking place in the Prime timeline, although you wouldn't think it to look at it. About 10 years before the original series, that was Star Trek Discovery. The show stopped being a prequel in its third season due to some time traveling, but much like the Kelvin universe, the show never really felt visually or indeed tonally consistent with the rest of canonical Star Trek. Now, Star Trek Lower Decks and Prodigy are technically prequels, albeit ones that are both in the 24th century timeline. They take place after the events of Star Trek Voyager and a good few years before Star Trek Picard. But at least they take place in an era we actually recognize. Well, guess what? There's another Star Trek prequel on the way. A new movie that might be coming out in a couple of years. This article is from TrekMovie.com. Star Trek Origin movie reportedly headed to greenlight for production start in early 2025. This article is from November 11th by Anthony Pascal. Last week, news broke in the Hollywood trades that writer, producer, director Simon Kinberg, known for several films in the X-Men franchise, had been tapped by Disney Lucasfilm to write and produce a new Star Wars trilogy of movies. The Trek connection is that earlier this year, Kinberg was attached to Paramount's next Star Trek feature film, which still is the case according to the latest reports. Origin movie on its way. As we have been reporting, the next Star Trek movie Paramount is planning is the untitled Star Trek Origin movie, which they announced as part of the 2026 slate earlier this year. Toby Haynes is directing, with Seth Grahame-Smith as screenwriter. Kinberg is attached to produce along with J.J. Abrams. But apparently the Star Wars news isn't going to be a factor. According to the reliable Puck newsletter, Kinberg's Star Wars obligations would need to wait for the Star Trek project. Scrolling down a bit further in this article, it says, of course, we have been down this road before, with several starts and stops to bring Trek back to the big screen for almost a decade now. It's incredible it's been that long. But Paramount did put the Origin movie project on their upcoming lineup, and if production can start in early 2025, they could get a movie into theaters by 2026, just in time for the 60th anniversary. It has previously been reported the Origin movie will have a new cast for a prequel focusing on humanity's early contact with aliens and the formation of the Federation, and it will be set mostly on Earth. In May, Variety reported...
I really am so tired of prequels. I just cannot stand them anymore. Literally, this is the most redundant thing they could possibly do. We've already had Star Trek First Contact, which answered the question of how the Federation started. Then we had Star Trek Enterprise, a charming little series that elaborated on the answer to the question of how the Federation started. Then we had the utterly superfluous and detestable and execrable Star Trek Discovery, which LARPed as a further answer to the question of how the Federation got to be the way it is. A disgusting, detestable little series. We do not need another movie explaining how the Federation came to be. We don't need it. Why do they do this to us? Oh, wait, right. I already answered that question. Because because we hate you and we want your life to be worse. That's what they would say.
Film is intended as an origin story for the main timeline of the Star Trek franchise, rather than the alternate Kelvin timeline started with 2009's Star Trek. Okay, so it's a pre-Federation prequel. Now, the bit about it taking place mainly on Earth does sound a little bit like the original plan for Star Trek Enterprise. Enterprise first season was supposed to be mainly based on Earth, with the NX-01 under construction, and the show was supposed to be a bit more like The Right Stuff.
That is a terrible idea, and I'm glad they didn't do that.
A taste of that with one particular episode in the show's second season called First Flight, one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek.
That's actually one of my least favorite. I hated that episode. It was excruciatingly boring.
So what do you guys think about this concept? An Earth-based pre-Federation Star Trek movie? I don't know. At this point, there's been so many prequels. This just doesn't really speak to me. I mean, there was a time when I might have been interested.
My opinion is Star Trek had its day, and it's over. That's my opinion. It's over. The ashes of Star Trek are in a beloved urn, which has pride of place on the mantle, and everyone who visits my home is told the story of the ashes in the urn, and they are made to awkwardly pay respects out of politeness to me. And they resist the urge to ask the question of whether or not it's a bit strange to have the urn and the ashes always above your mantle, rather than to scatter them in a place where Star Trek would like to be scattered. Nevertheless, honored though the remains may be, they are no less dead for that. So whether or not there is to be a prequel, a sequel, a requel, an inter-equal, or a total full-blown reboot is utterly irrelevant. There will be no good Star Trek anymore. There will not be any. You had Ed Speleers turn in this incredible performance as Jack Crusher, Picard's son, in Star Trek Picard Season 3. You had Terry Matalas run that season brilliantly. You could have easily spun off a show with Ed Speleers as a dashing Starfleet captain, or even just a first officer earning his stripes, and it would have been great. People would have loved it. But they won't do it. They won't do it. He would have been great as a Star Trek captain. You know why? I'll tell you exactly why he would have been really excellent. One of the things I loved about Ed Speleers' performance as Jack Crusher is he was a lovable character, a likable character, a fun character, a bit of a rogue, mostly a really good guy. Like, he's a good person. And I actually really appreciated that, because he wasn't one of these nihilistic characters like Raffi from the first two seasons of Picard. Like, he was, or even what they did to Seven of Nine, where now she's like this murderous, vengeful, ranger, whatever she is. They kind of rehabilitated her a little bit. What I liked about Jack Crusher is he was like a Federation character. He was a good man, a civilized man, had his problems, definitely a rogue, but he was basically a civilized man that wanted to help people and do the right thing. In other words, a Federation character, like you would find in Deep Space Nine or Voyager or Next Generation. He was that kind of character, but he had just a little bit of darkness in him. Little bit of darkness in him. And I liked that. I liked that because it suggested inner conflict. It suggested, he had kind of some rough edges. He'd be great as a captain. They'll never do it. So yes, in answer to your question, Dave, respectfully, it's irrelevant because Star Trek is dead.
To see something like this. But I just think the franchise needs to move forward at this point, and not in the manner that Discovery did, in the dull 32nd century, which was of no interest to me. But more than that, I'm surprised that this is the film Paramount is going with, because they had this big issue with greenlighting a fourth Star Trek film in the Kelvin timeline. Has that just been abandoned now completely? Looks like it. Star Trek 2009 made $385 million worldwide at the box office from a $150 million budget. As always, these figures are from Box Office Mojo. Star Trek Into Darkness made $467 million worldwide, but it did have a larger budget of $190 million. Star Trek Beyond from 2016 didn't do so well, making only $343 million from a $185 million budget. So the costs of these Kelvin timeline movies were increasing, and the profits just weren't there to really justify a fourth one. But I have to say, it still surprises me that they didn't try to do a smaller budget Kelvin timeline movie. They invested so much in building that universe, and it's now been almost 9 years since Star Trek Beyond came out. So this new Star Trek Origin prequel movie is based in the Prime timeline and will have an entirely new cast. So it's basically another fresh slate for Star Trek to start all over again. But will there be much interest in something like this given how poor Star Trek has been in recent years? I mean, will anyone care? Might this have been a better concept for a miniseries or TV movie than a big screen outing? But this is the thing. All the prequel I ever needed as a Star Trek fan was that one fantastic scene at the end of Star Trek First Contact where Zefram Cochrane makes first contact with the Vulcans.
Amen.
After his warp flight.
Absolutely right about that.
That was it. That was all I needed. And the rest, what happened in the mid-21st century and throughout the 22nd century, I was, at the time, happy enough to leave that up to imagination. Anyway, I guess I'm just tired of prequels, and I'm surprised that Paramount hasn't greenlit Terry Matalas' Star Trek Legacy TV series. At least there was an appetite for that after Star Trek.
It would have been awesome. It would have been awesome. Jack Crusher would be such a great... Even the name is great, just Captain Crusher. It'd be awesome.
Card Season 3. But I don't see much interest in this film or the truly appalling looking Section 31 TV movie.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the less said about that heap of nightmarish dystopian garbage, the better. Anyway, guys,
oh my
let
God,
me know
I
your
forgot. I totally forgot about that freaking Section 31 show. My God. It's going to be a monument to everything. It's going to be a monument to deconstructed franchises, subverted franchises, Hollywood nihilism, woke insanity, cringe garbage writing by stupid people who are hired because they're DEI hires. Just TDS, just, all of it. Just Game of Thronesing of everything. Just the absolute trash heap of modern entertainment. All of it is going to be contained in that disgusting little movie, Section 31. Everything. All of Hollywood's worst impulses are contained in that movie. I think it's literally, if you had to ask me, Captain, what is the most awful woke thing ever made? I think it's going to be that Section 31. Like, worse than Rings of Power, worse than The Acolyte. Like, I think it's going to be the worst woke thing ever made. That's my prediction for Section 31. I mean, how can you doubt me? It doesn't even seem real. Thank you, by the way, Dave Cullen. Hat tip, Dave Cullen. It doesn't even seem real. When I watch this trailer, this is like, if someone wanted to make fun of Alex Kurtzman, this is what they would do. Like a parody of something Alex Kurtzman would make.
There's a custom customer, hoping for a word with you.
Oh my! I haven't even seen this one. This is a new one. Oh my god! What? Oh, you know what this is? This is a reference to the black and white people from the original series. But notice how it's so super modern though.
Word with you.
Bring him. What are you doing in my space station?
I'm giving you a chance to get back in on the action on a galactic scale.
What a cute idea.
Oh my god. You see what I mean? It's just everything, man. This is the total package. This one is the total package. It's the worst of all of it. Nihilistic, cynical, just drivel. Nobody asked for it. Nobody wanted it. It's exactly the project. It's exactly the project these wackos would latch onto. You have Star Trek, the Federation, the most, it's unique for the very fact that it's so optimistic. Gene Roddenberry's vision of an optimistic future in which technology served the greater good, in which humans had put behind them their worst impulses. And then you have the intriguing idea of the last vestige of our violent, suspicious nature in Section 31, a very small, under the radar, hidden little leftover of humanity's ugly past that occasionally gets its hands dirty for the greater good. Of course, these nihilistic Hollywood wackos latch onto that. That's the thing that they're excited about. And you could just tell how they salivate over it, too.
The only way this works is if I know exactly.
And then they turn it into something it's not. It's not this creepy, bizarre, oh, look how exciting. It's an action movie. It's Charlie's Angels in space.
What I'm dealing with.
We're facing a threat unlike anything Starfleet's ever seen.
Billions.
Oh, it's so boring. It's probably some stupid cube or some collection of rings or something that's going to end all existence. Lame.
Of lives are at stake. Gather your people. We're going to need every one of them.
Third one is a Black Ops division. Spy work.
It's just a...
God, I can't take a minute more of it. It's such crap. Can you even believe that? It's going to be the worst one of them. It's going to be so bad. Skunk's Workshop says, so with the death of Star Trek and Star Wars, there is a void in the space genre, which is why we need Galaxy-Born. I agree, Skunks. And yeah, Section 31 looks like absolute garbage. It's bad. It's bad, Skunks. I think I found something you might like, Skunks. In the words of every Skyrim trader that you encounter, I think you'll appreciate this. That's what every Skyrim merchant says to you when you show up in their store. They're like, they say one of two things. They either say, some would call this junk, I call it treasure. Or they say, I think you'll appreciate this. And so that's what I'm saying to you, Skunks. Now, just to introduce, if you don't know, just to introduce what we're talking about, I, your dear captain of the Swords and Starships channel, am also a bard, an author, a writer, and I am creating a sprawling space opera universe called Galaxy-Born. This will be a military science fiction story in which Captain Cole Sadler of the UCS Independence, a star frigate tasked with protecting the United Commonwealth of Stars from all threats, foreign and domestic, well, really just foreign, embarks on an adventure to secure the frontier against a new threat called the Ramadzah. So it's going to be part of an optimist. This is meant to be the future. It's meant to be our future. This is not a galaxy far, far away. This is not a fantasy sci-fi mashup, and there's magic in it. No disrespect to anyone that's into that. I'm not. This is meant to be a grounded I hesitate to say hard science fiction because usually if you incorporate faster than light travel, you're automatically disqualified because all of the hard sci-fi snobs, and I mean it, they are snobs. They're like, faster than light travel's never going to be possible. That's never going to be possible. Faster than light travel's not possible. And if you include faster than light travel in your science fiction, it is not hard sci-fi. Stop calling it that. Stop calling it. And I'm like, well, fuck you. Well, I mean to say, respectfully, sir, Madam Marit, I disagree. I think that I really mean this. I think one day we're going to figure out fast and light travel. Listen, we're going to figure it out, folks. Now, I don't know what it will truly look like, but I'll tell you something. I based what I call hyperlight travel. I based my hyperlight travel technology literally on a real, mathematically functional theory for how we could do it. It's called the Alcubierre drive. I might be mispronouncing it, but it's the Alcubierre drive named after its author. It's basically I believe it was a Mexican mathematician who he studied he was inspired by the ideas of Star Trek The Next Generation, the warp bubble, literally warp drive, and he set out to look for a solution. He actually came up with an equation, which NASA is studying, by the way, that actually could make warp travel possible. Now, it's not going to look exactly like it does in Star Trek, but it's basically a working, serviceable mathematical model for how you could achieve it. Now, the problem is we're missing some of the components we would need to make it work, such as exotic matter. So I postulate a universe in which we found those missing components, and we now travel faster than light. However, space is vast. Distances are far. Traveling faster than light is a big deal. It's dangerous. Only competent professionals can attempt it. However, it has resulted in a future in which humanity has met aliens, some of them hostile, some of them friendly. We have formed a collection of colonies, some inhabited by other alien species, and we have formed a new government called the United Commonwealth of Stars. And generally, this is a future you would mostly want to live in. But it's not quite as perfect and utopian as Star Trek. We still struggle with problems such as piracy, and pirates in this galaxy. They aren't going to be walking around on charming peg legs with a parrot. These are the kind of pirates, if they get a hold of you, you're in bad trouble. Now, Skunks, I was thinking, I have to show Skunks something he hasn't seen before. And by extension, of course, all of you, my dear sailors and starnauts. And I thought, do I have anything to show him? I actually think I do. But first, let me just review the ship that we will be traveling on in Galaxy Born. This is the UCS Independence. Disregard what it says at the top there. It's not a Plymouth class. It is a Declaration class frigate. This is original artwork commissioned by yours truly. And the ship holds 300 souls. It is a ship of war, but it is meant to be fast, agile. These are basically ships that are used for patrol. They're used for suppressing piracy, slavery. They're used as they are a flanking vessel in large fleet actions. So they are used as they really are actually used to screen larger ships. Like if there's a major line of battle, like there's a major fleet battle, they are used to screen threats to the larger ships. That is, if the enemy is sending in small ships with big payloads to try and take out the defenses of the dreadnoughts and the capital ships, these ships are looking for those and hunting them out. They are reconnaissance vessels. They are usually meant to operate alone, far from supply lines, and be able to just get the job done with what they have at hand. Pirates are terrorizing a planet. You have a house plant pirate that's attacking a village. Well, in comes one of these, a star frigate, and with a crew of 300 that includes a crew of what they call Reachers, which are essentially soldiers that are equipped. They're basically tactical teams, analogous to a SWAT team. They can handle it. They can take them out, and they expect often to be outnumbered and outgunned. They're expected to be able to handle it, and they do. So that's the UCS Independence. Now, I had a star chart created by the same artist, actually, and I will show you the star chart of the Commonwealth of Stars. This is what's called the Helix region in the 23rd century. So we have a couple of locations of note here. Let me see if I can I enlarge this? Enlarge. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so here's Earth, right? Now, about 500 light years away is the planet, the home world of the first species that humans made contact with, the Capruans. And that would be this planet over here, Abaya, the Capruan homeworld. This is about 500 light years away. And I have an image of Abaya right here. It is a moon. It is a moon that orbits a gas giant. This is the planet here. And it's a chilly planet. It's a cold planet. And it goes through long winters, which require many of its fauna have adapted, and including its flora and fauna, have adapted a hibernation cycle. And so the Capruans themselves are able to go without sleep for long periods. They don't have to sleep 8 hours a day. However, they do periodically go into multiple week cycles of hibernation. And so much of their culture has evolved a kind of code of honor, if you will, which is about protecting your family and your extended family from attack while they're hibernating. So they kind of are naturally drawn towards roles of like defenders, warriors. They are very much a kind of noble. They believe in like the nobility of the protector. They're very much, they have very strong protective instincts as a species. And as such, they're very effective in defensive warfare. So that's Abaya. Now you have the homeworld of the amphibian Unda, which we encountered on our journey to colonize worlds, and they're from the planet Bolo. Bolo. And Bolo is a very unusual planet. It doesn't have many oceans. It has a very flat surface. There's actually not a lot of mountains on their surface, and so it is sort of dotted with freshwater, like massive freshwater lakes, a few saltwater seas, but mostly it's kind of full of swamps, lakes, and marshlands. And most of its species are reptilian or amphibian, including the Unda themselves. And that is their planet. What else? I have a couple of colony worlds here. Swarga is a colony founded by Indian colonists who turned it into kind of a tech capital of the galaxy. And it was the final setting for the last battle of the Xeno War, when the Rokoi invaded it in order to steal a super weapon technology, which they intended to use to try and save their dying, foundering empire, their failed attempt at conquering the human race after 20 years of bloody slaughter. It's been seven years since the end of the Xeno War, and the peace is tenuous at best, and our heroes must ensure the peace survives and that the war does not reignite. So there you go. And Earth here, I have like... you can see there's a space station, a space dock, and a space elevator that goes down to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's actually an island in the Pacific that it docks with. So there you go. That's it. What do you think, Skunks? Are you happy? A little teaser for Galaxyborn. Coming soon. I'm working on it. Skunk says UCS Independence. That's right, a Declaration class starship. Skunk's Workshop says, gotta see a pic of that sucker again. Which one are you looking for? Oh, the Independence? Yes, Got that. Skunk says, you even have a star chart. Fucking awesome. Well, thank you, Skunks. I do what I can. I wish I had the resources of Disney. You would... If I had Disney, if I had a tenth of the resources of Disney, holy shit. I would blow your hair back. Oh my God, what I would do. No. I'm not... That's not me complaining. It's the very limitations on art which make it, which shape it and make it worth pursuing. I would argue that if Ridley Scott has lost a step, well, it's probably because there's no limitations on his art anymore. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Why not make Gladiator 2? Why not? James Cameron, why not just phone it in? Who cares if there's a few plot holes in Way of Water? Who cares? So I'm not complaining that I have limitations, but I'm just telling you, like, obviously my goal is to make it something really magnificent. I can only do that with your help. I can only do that if I create a product you want. I can only do that if I create a world that means something to you. So I'm working on it, and I appreciate the encouragement. I really do. Skunk says, so ready for this story. Well, thank you, Skunks. I have a lot to live up to now, because all I'm doing is giving you lore. Lore is the easy part. The story, that's much harder. But I think what I have in mind, you will like, because I just don't do small stories. I just don't. If anything, I'm often having to, like, hold myself back a little and say, like, hey, this does not have to be this big of a... The stakes don't have to be this high. But high stakes are important, you know. They really are. You're going to love it. It's going to be awesome. I think you're going to love the crew of the Independents. These are going to be grounded stories. I love Star Trek. I do. But, like, there was this video game called Star Trek Voyager Elite Force back in the day. And the concept of the game was that it was a first-person shooter set on the starship Voyager. And the idea in the story was that Janeway, in order to face the unique threats of the Delta Quadrant, she created an elite kind of SWAT team of sorts called Elite Force on the Voyager. They had, like, personal shields, they had better weapons, and they were basically like a SWAT. They were basically like a SEAL team that was sent in to deal with the Borg and whatever, right? The Hirogen, whatever. It was cool. It was really awesome. And you could even go up to, like, the bridge of the Voyager and talk to Janeway. And Kate Mulgrew voiced the character. Almost all the characters were voiced, I think, by the original actors, except for Seven of Nine. I think she's the only one that was voiced by a different actress. But all the other actors were voicing their characters, Tuvok, Harry, etc. Well, what I liked about it was that, yes, in Star Trek, there should be tactical teams like this. This makes sense, right? So I'm excited about the fact that in my world, Galaxy-born, it will be an optimistic future. It will be a humanistic future, a future that is pro-humanity, pro-Western civilizational values. That's not to be chauvinistic. Of course, there's valuable values in Eastern civilization, too. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying the good things in Western civilization, such as rights of the individual, freedom of speech, the things Star Trek used to celebrate will be celebrated in this story. However, it will be more grounded, more gritty. I intend for, if there's a ship-to-ship battle, I want it to feel like you're watching, just as intense as something you'd see in Band of Brothers. As intense as something you would see in The Patriot or Master and Commander. Like, it's real battle, just like in Blood and Oak, which is meant to portray the visceral, serious combat of, the Age of Sail, the Age of Fighting Sail. So if you love the Age of Fighting Sail, get Blood and Oak. If you love the Count of Monte Cristo, classic kind of adventure story, get Blood and Oak. And when I have Galaxy-born ready for you, it's going to be your go-to place for gritty, grounded, but optimistic military science fiction. It's not going to, I don't want it to be another dystopian Starship Troopers. No disrespect. I mean, Warhammer has its place, but it's not Warhammer 40,000. It's not Starship Troopers. It's not about a quasi-fascist future, nor is it this kind of almost ridiculously utopian future that is the Federation, which I love, but it is a bit over the top sometimes. And so, you know, like no money in the future, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. Shout out to Seth MacFarlane for actually taking a swing at answering the question of how a no money future would work. I still hate it. It doesn't work. It's still pure communism. But at least there's an episode of The Orville where they answer the question of why there's no money in the future. And the answer that is given is that, well, because we reached a point where our reputation became our most valuable economic possession, which is your reputation is what's most valuable. And so if you're a great starship captain, then you're going to be wealthy because, you know, that's why you have such a great reputation. If you're a great engineer, a great artist, a great doctor, et cetera, et cetera. The problem with that is who decides who has a good reputation. Have you ever seen what happens on social media when someone wants to character assassinate someone? Cancel culture has already proven that would never work. So, you know, it would never be an equitable or fair system. However, I like that they took a swing at it. I like that they tried to explain how no money in the future works in the Orville. In Galaxy Born, there's money. There's money. But I seek to envision a future that is plausible. I really do. In which hyperlight travel is probably, I would say hyperlight travel is the most extreme technology you're going to encounter in Galaxy Born that humans have invented. I mean, that's the most outlandish it gets. There's no time travel, no multiverses, none of that bullshit. It's just humans in space. I liked The Expanse. I did not love The Expanse, but and one of the things I did not enjoy too much about The Expanse is that it just made me want a story about faster than light travel. I got tired of the solar system, and then they introduce the rings that transport you to all these different planets, and I was super excited about that. And then what do? They had the most boring storylines about humans that are just on this kind of boring planet. There's not really much going on, and I was very disappointed by that. I was like, wow, The Expanse could have been such an interesting story, and it just was so bogged down in these kind of weird storylines about, oh no, these aliens are coming back and they're going to kill us all. And I'm like, I don't care. So we're going to do it the Captain's way this time. Want to see the greatest trailer ever of all time? Now this is a trailer. I remember enjoying this so much. I watched this about 1,000 times before this movie even came out, because you could find it on YouTube, and I loved watching it. The early days of YouTube.
I believe there's a hero in all of us. Gives us strength, makes us noble. Even though sometimes we have to give up the thing we want the most.
Barker!
Where you been? Looking for you all morning.
You're late.
Always late!
You're fired.
Look at you, Peter. Your grades have been declining. You always appear exhausted.
I know, I'm trying.
I want you to notice something about this trailer. This trailer that has an amazing... Damn it, I had the wrong view. Sorry about that. This trailer has such an amazing hook right at the beginning, right? The hook... There's about 3 or 4 fascinating, awesome hooks for the story. The rivalry between Peter Parker / Spider-Man and Harry. The fact that he's trying to juggle his life and he's sort of unable to be with Mary Jane. The fact that there's a criminal who has arrived on the scene. Now, I want you to notice something about this. There are no multiverses. There are no Infinity Stones. And I'm not saying that those don't have their place, but there are no Infinity Stones. There is no, like, all of existence is going to die. All the Time Shredder is going to destroy all realities. None of that. Notice how the story does not need any of that crap to be incredibly engaging.
So where you been, pal? You don't return my calls.
I've been kind of busy.
Taking pictures of your friend. Spider-Man killed my father.
No matter what I do,
Do you love me or not?
no matter how hard I try,
I want Spider-Man dead.
it's the ones I love who will always be the ones who pay.
I can't keep thinking about you. I'm getting married.
I want a life of my own. I'm Spider-Man. No more.
Dude, this is the real Spider-Man in cinema form. Like, it just is. Tobey is the GOAT. These movies are the best Spider-Man films, just flat out. This is the true Spider-Man experience, these films. I love the Tobey Maguire films. They are so much better than the Tom Holland movies by about a mile, about 10 miles.
You look different.
I let things get in the way before. There was something I thought I had to do. I don't have to.
I liked seeing you tonight, Peter.
Now on to the main event. Octavius is going to put Oscorp on the map in a way my father never even dreamed of.
Crazy scientist turns himself into some kind of a monster. 4 mechanical arms welded right onto his body.
You take Spider-Man's pictures. Where is he?
It's taking me off your loyalty to Spider-Man and not your best friend. Bring Spider-Man to me. How do I find him? Peter Parker.
Find Spider-Man, or I'll peel the flesh off her bones.
There are bigger things happening here than me and you.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. This is the best trailer ever made. This is my vote for the finest movie trailer of all time. I may be wrong about my assessment that The Dark Knight is the best superhero film of all time. It actually probably is this film. Spider-Man 2 is probably the best superhero film of all time. No, because I don't like the existential crisis art. That was the one thing in this movie I did not like. How he's losing his powers because of his kind of weird angst. That kind of bugged me. Everything else about this film, it's classic Spider-Man. All of his struggles with his friends, his love life, the way his villains are just constantly, he has to stop them, but by trying to stop them, it's interfering with him living a life, like being torn in half all the time. Like, this is the quintessential Spider-Man, Peter Parker. It just is. And Tobey was so good as Peter Parker.
Behind the mask.
Dude, it's one of the best trailers ever. I love it. They don't make trailers like that anymore. They don't make movies like that anymore. No multiverses, no Infinity Stones, no snaps, no time variance authority bullshit. Just a man and his mission to stop a crazy scientist with some octopus arms. I mean, look what you can do. Look what you can do with that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Are you going to be mad at me, Skunks? Don't be mad. We'll be back next Sunday. I mean, we went for 5 hours. I don't know how I could make you happier than that. Everybody was here. Everybody was in town. We had Fu Man Blue, Anthony Timmons, Staffieri. I think Rondo's out there somewhere. I know you're out there somewhere, Rondo. I see you in the Discord. By the way, the Discord is linked below. The permalink. Join us. That's where I will announce changes. It'll be there. Skunks, I cannot fire the producer. I cannot fire him for doing his job correctly. It's time to bring up the music. He brought up the music. I can't fire him for that. It'd be lawsuit material. You don't want that. I liked Wicked. What do you want? Sue me. It's pretty good. Not going to watch it often, but it's pretty good. I actually kind of recommend it. If you don't absolutely hate musicals, go watch it. It's actually a pretty good film. I think we can unite people with Wicked. Honestly, no cringe wokeness in it. I mean, it is the story that it is. Skeleton Crew is it's just wimpy. It's just a wimpy attempt at Star Wars. I'm sorry to report it, but Galaxyborn will be on the way. So I am Captain Garrett of the Sword of the Starships channel. I thank you for joining me this evening, and I will see you out there among the stars.